Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 31 of the Fingerboards Inquiry and Advisory Committee hearing. Just a couple of matters of morning business before we go to our submissions of the day. Firstly, I just wanted to mention in relation to tabled documents, the Environment Protection Authority yesterday provided their their comments on the regulatory documents. They've now been loaded onto the table documents on the Engage Victoria. Their documents number 621 to 627. Other things that have been tabled, there's a range of submissions and submitter presentations from yesterday. We'll continue to load those up as we get them. Mr Milverton is burning the midnight oil to make sure that that's happening in a timely manner, so express our appreciation to him again. The other matter I wanted to mention, on Friday, White and Case, on behalf of the proponent, provided a series of maps to the IAC, which suggested to show submitters in support, submitters who are opposed to the project, and indeed neutral submitters or properties where no submission was received. Before we accept and table that, I just wanted to get some understanding of that material. Mr Morris, I was wondering if you could inform us as to the background to that material.
Mr Chairman, the background is that I asked Calbar to prepare it because it seemed to me that it would be responsive to some of the submitters who have argued that 99% of people are against the project. And so I asked that a map be prepared showing all the land within the project area and within the incorporated plan area, and also within 2 kilometres of those areas. And firstly, to show by reference to the submissions to the EES, the submissions from landowners or occupiers who were opposed to the project, then those who were neutral or supported the project or simply made no submission, and simply to colour code it in so that you would be assisted by understanding which landowners and occupiers in and near to the land, the subject of the proposal, whether they were opposed or neutral or supportive. Now, then I also asked that a similar map be done in relation to dwellings that were in either of those areas or within 2 kilometres of those areas, because the story in relation to dwellings could well be different than that in relation to landowners. As you would know from studying a map of electoral politics in America, land is not always the same as people. And so it struck me that it would be useful if, in addition to looking at it from a land point of view, it was also able to be discerned by reference to dwellings. And so the same analysis was done. Now, the document doesn't contain any new material in a sense. It's really a synthesis of the submissions that have been made to the EES. And we wish to rely on it in reply to submissions that have been made in relation to the question of community attitudes of those who own or occupy land or dwellings in or nearby to the project area. The picture that emerges, we would contend, is that there are a number of landowners and occupiers of dwellings who are opposed, but there's also a substantial number who are neutral or indeed supportive of the project. And we're not seeking to demonstrate by that document that there is no opposition. Clearly, there is opposition. Rather, we're seeking to demonstrate that there is a range of attitudes or non-attitudes, as the case may be, in order to assist you in understanding the facts of the matter. So that's the background. Now, the document having been prepared, I recommended to CalBar, and it agreed that it submit it now rather than wait till we make our final submissions, so that if anyone wishes to evaluate it and make comment on it, question it, or suggest modifications to it, they would have that opportunity.
Thank you. Can I just ask, in terms of the data that it's based on, is that, I'm just not clear on whether that's the written EES submissions or is it all the material that's come forward since then?
It's the written EES submissions.
Yeah. And in terms of the timing, if it is based on those submissions, couldn't it have come forward earlier?
Yes, it could have. If we had appreciated the significance that it might have, it could have come through earlier. But the truth of the matter is that in the light of submissions that have been made, claiming in one case that 99% were against, I thought it would be prudent to analyse the facts and present them to the committee for its assistance.
And in terms of the data, does it include, does it identify, and I might say I've had a very quick look at it, does it include information on, I think my microphone's gone, come back again. Does it include information on the properties that are owned or under option by CalBar? Obviously, they would be supporting properties. Are they indicated as such on those maps?
I don't believe that they are. They're indicated as neutral, not as positive.
I think in my quick viewing of it, the supporting and neutral are lumped together. So,
just bear with me a second, if you don't mind. I'm still mastering the mask, and the glass is not fogging up, I'm afraid. So I'm struggling a bit here to find the right file.
if you need to drop your mask for a couple of minutes to deal with it, then feel free.
Do you remember what the file was called, Joseph? sure that's what it's called? Oh, yeah. Certainly, land owned by Calbars was shown as having no submission. I can answer that straight away. My memory of the document is that it didn't show Calbar land as supporting, rather it showed it as no submission.
Thank you. And the last question I have, which I'm not sure if you're in a position to answer, but if we accept this and it's tabled, how confident are you in the accuracy of the data, both in terms of the land holdings and the introductory comment talks about judgment has been used?
Well, I wrote the introductory comment. I'm very confident that the substance of the document is correct. I would accept that there might be the odd property that's where another person might make a different judgment, but I would submit that it's very unlikely to make any difference to the substance. And the substance is that whilst there are a number of landowners and occupiers in and nearby to the project area that are opposed to the project, and passionately so, it's also true that there are a similar number who are neutral or indeed supportive. And so I would be amazed if that substance is demonstrated to be incorrect. But if MFG or the council or any other person wishes to point out that the judgment that's been made in relation to a particular parcel of land or particular dwelling is incorrect, well, of course, it's a simple matter to go back to the EES submission and for the committee, if it thinks it's necessary, to then make its own judgment.
And the last question I have at this stage is people who are identified as, particularly those who are identified as supporters or neutral, is it, in your view, general knowledge that they're in that position?
Well, absolutely, because the submissions are public.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Morris. We'll take that one on notice and we'll come back later in the day on it. Just bear with me. Thank you. As I said, we'll come back. We'll come back on that later in the day. Can I just check if there's any other matters of morning business? And I'll check my own notes. Just one brief one in terms of the timetable for today. The last submitter, Mr. White, has indicated he's not attending. Okay, if there's nothing further, we'll move to the business of the day. Thank you for waiting patiently, Ms. Clark. We had a few things to deal with there.
Clerk, I actually have something as well. Sorry, I'm very sorry about that.
Sorry, Mr. Morris, I looked over and I wasn't.
Yeah, no, I'm.
Please.
I'm getting used to the old system. The EPA and the council were asked to provide by last Friday comments on the mitigation measures.
Can you move your microphone closer? I suspect we're not picking you up for the tape. Thank you.
Yes, the council and the EPA were asked to provide written response to the mitigation measures and we're required to respond to those by this Friday. Now, having regard to the fact that we haven't yet got anything from the council, I'm foreshadowing that we might need more time than this Friday to respond. It might have to be Monday afternoon, for example.
Thank you. Councils, as I understand it, Ms Reynolds is due today. Is that still the understanding?
Yes, it is, Mr Chair.
Thank you. I think in the circumstances, I'll just have a look at our original directions. I suspect that will be okay, given we have given leave to those main parties to circulate theirs a little bit later. But again, we'll come back and confirm that. Thank you, Mr Morris. Anything further? Okay, thank you. Ms Clark, apologies.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Yes. I would like to acknowledge the Gunai-Kurnai people who are the traditional custodians of this land. I would also like to pay respect to the elders past, present and emerging. My presentation here today is made up of scrawled notes written over weeks and months during this process, some written in the early hours of this morning. Stick-it notes to remind me of the things I wish to say here today and the memories of my years spent living in Glenaladale. No spell check, no auto dot points, no glossy white paper with neatly typed words. This is my presentation. My name is Sharon Clerk and I live at Glenaladale, 2.4 kilometres from the proposed mine boundary. I think it would paint, Mr Morris's map would probably paint a very different picture if the radius of 3 kilometres was included. I would also like to request from Kelbar any communications to myself from Kelbar or Kelbar's employees in regard to consultation regarding my close proximity to the proposed mine site. Almost 30 years ago, I moved to East Gippsland with my partner from the suburbs of Melbourne. We purchased a business and rented in the area while we searched for our forever home. An older home that needed love on small acreage was our dream. After 3 years of searching and our business growing, we found that forever home, a now 100-year-old weatherboard on 7 acres at Glenaladale. 3 years later, we purchased another 6 acres on the boundary of our property. While the slow process of restoring our home began, originally moved from Brighton, Melbourne, we also purchased 3 rental properties, one to later be demolished to make way for a purpose-built retail store of which we still own and run our business. The previous owners of our home had originally moved an old weatherboard church to our property. However, due to not being secured to the concrete stumps, it blew down overnight and another house had to be found. Rather ironic when the proponent seems confident dust won't be a problem. No wind here. They haven't lived at Glenaladale for nearly 30 years. The beauty of Glenaladale and surrounds is breathtaking. Why wouldn't you want to live here? The local community welcomed us with open arms, country hospitality at its best. I will always remember getting invited to the community Christmas party held by a different landowner each year. This was only 3 months after we had moved to Glenaladale, and still very much city people and a little nerve-wracking. We arrived at the property at the said time to be met by an older gentleman dressed in his black suit, tie and white shirt, directing us to our parking spot. After exiting our vehicle, juggling our BYO drinks and a crested plate, and in our case, a casserole, we were greeted by the property owner / car park attendant. I cannot express the thrill of realising we were home and that this was my dream. These people made you feel special, not outsiders, not city slickers. The property owner's wife showed me with pride how she had laid the most beautiful parquetry floor throughout their home while her wood burner stove took pride of place in her kitchen. Sadly, this wonderful couple are no longer with us, which is probably a blessing as their property, like others, will be decimated if Kelbar gets their way. Unless you have experienced country hospitality at its best, you have no idea what it is like to live at Glenalladale. Country people don't believe you are local until you have lived in the area for at least 20 years, something we were told when we first moved to East Gippsland many times. So I guess you can now call me a local. Unlike Kelbar, that seemed to be a little confused as to what the word local really means. In our time living in East Gippsland, we have experienced fires, floods, and droughts. Not one of you here today can even begin to imagine what a drought does to a farmer, or a flood that washes all your hard work down the Mitchell River, years of work gone, or a fire that roars past you like a steam train. I have seen it all many times in the times I have lived in Glenalladale. We had never considered a fire a risk when we first moved to Glenalladale. Grass waist high as we put up electric fences on the property to keep our horses from foundering. Things were very different some 30 years ago. In 2014, many things changed as a small puff of smoke from a lightning strike on Mount Ray and watched by us at our back door threatened the community. It took just 3 weeks and hot north winds to change a small hamlet into a disaster zone. The Mount Ray Boundary Track Fire, as it was called, was started by a lightning strike on the 16th of January 2014 and burnt for some 67 days over 6,700 hectares of public and private land. It blew up on February 9th, 2014, destroying 3 homes, numerous sheds and outbuildings, 900 livestock and 73 kilometres of fencing. Thankfully, no human lives were lost. It was a Sunday, extremely hot and the strongest north wind I had ever experienced. We had placed our horse float near the house to load our horses and leave if the fire broke its containment lines. I stood behind the float trying to escape the wind and watched a small puff of smoke grow larger. The horse float was swaying so much from the wind, I thought it was going to topple over. I went back inside to phone again the Vic emergency hotline to check what the latest advice was. Too late to leave, and then wished me good luck. By the time we had pulled our boots back on, a massive plume was over our house. It was too late to leave. We lost power later that night and all around us was a light, glowing orange through the smoke and darkness, our closest neighbours all still safe, but no idea what was happening. Further afield. The Dargo Road blocked by burning trees in both directions, trapped for 3 days before finally a CFA captain from Mount Taylor drove up our driveway. What he told us that day was heartbreaking. It took another 2 days before we were even able to drive to the Fingerboards and another 24 hours before I could get to Bairnsdale. That drive was even more distressing with bloated, smouldering stock still in paddocks and nothing but blackness as far as the eye could see. How could Kelbar have not seen this only weeks later? What does happen to a community after something like the Mount Ray fires is that it brings people together, neighbour helping neighbour, burying stock, repairing fences, removing burnt trees, clearing paddocks, and just having a cuppa together and listening, something Kelbar has never done. That day is something I will never forget. Then Kelbar came along. The Kelbar Cowboys, as they were called, arrived 2 weeks later with no respect to the landholders, some that had lost everything and others still shooting and burying their stock. Many in the community were unaware of what was about to come. By November 2014, it was obvious the Cowboys were dipping their toes in the water and Mine Free was about to be formed. They, Kelbar, appeared in moleskins, R.N. Williams shirts and boots, and of course the mandatory Akubra hat. It didn't sit well. Not country, not local. For over 7 years and 4 CEOs and numerous employees, we have endured a circus. Kelbar had and have no social licence. Life came back to Glenelladale after the Mount Ray fires and an endless drought. Orchids scattered through the paddocks, platypus swimming in the Mitchell River only a few metres from Kelbar's proposed mine, now a vulnerable species. Giant burrowing frogs in our dams, and yes, they are there. And numerous sightings of spotted quolls. Something Kelbar seemed to have overlooked. Studies done in a drought, desktop studies, all very different from what treasures Glenelladale holds close. I have had the privilege of encountering not one, but a pair of powerful owls, something most locals of Glenelladale have never seen. Late one night, while calling our Jack Russell inside for the night, I saw a large dark shape on our pergola. My immediate thought was that it was someone crouching down above me. As my eyes adjusted, a massive bird stared back at me. Within seconds, I noticed a second one as they took flight over the top of my head. I cannot describe the noise of their wings as they flew over my head. To this day, I'm still in awe of what I witnessed that night. The wingspan enormous. Some years later, driving home late one night, I saw another lone powerful owl not far from the Fingerboards. Over the years, many locals have sighted spotted quolls. They too frequent Glenelladale. And the discovery of the giant burrowing frog now requires protection from the greed of a mining company. In the words of Dawn Stubbs, there is a belief that humankind has dominion over all things on the planet, giving us the right to exploit all ecosystems for the benefit of a few at the expense of other life forms, including the most vulnerable of their kind. When Kelbar came along, they picked on the old, the weak and the greedy. However, the majority dug their heels in and stood proud, ready to fight. I was one of them. Rio Tinto had been before with honesty and openness. Water and the vegetable farms were their concerns, so they left. For over 7 years, I've stood with the farmers, the tree changers, and the amazing people that don't want this mine. And it needs to stop here. I, along with so many others, have been appalled by the whole process from go to woe. What gives anyone the right to rape and pillage not only landholders, but the environment? The EES stands for Environmental Effects Statement. Some of you listening to my presentation today have strayed from the environment. Too much at stake, what's in it for me, how much am I getting paid, and it's my job. I hope you don't have children or grandchildren. You don't deserve them if you believe this mine is a good idea. We are all here for such a very short time. What right do we have to leave it worse than what we have enjoyed in our lifetimes? The history of Glenelladale goes back generations. How different must it have been back then? The old Glenelladale School sits just beyond our property. Only remnant foundations remain, but if you look very carefully, you can imagine how school life must have been so many years ago. Shirley McKenna, my neighbour, went to this school after moving to Glenelladale with her family in 1932. She was 4 months old. The Glenelladale School was a tiny weatherboard schoolhouse set amidst the bush and always at risk during fire season. The tennis court at the school would often see upwards of 80 people playing and spectating and sharing afternoon tea. The post office was just down the road from our property. Now Mr. Power resides, a tree changer and an artist originally from Melbourne, like so many of us. Electricity did not come to Glenelladale till 1965 and the Dargo Road not sealed till many years later. The Glenelladale Cemetery sits on the Lindenow Flats now, surrounded by vegetable fields and a proposed mine site only a short distance away. Few headstones still remain. However, from as early as 1850 until 1945, at least 27 graves lie here, some as young as 2 days old, to those that have lived into their 90th year. These people worked hard and made Glenelladale what it is today, and many of their families still live and work the land of Glenelladale to this day. One wonders what they would think of the battle the landholders of Glenelladale have had to face the last 7 years. Now security cameras watch the locals as they travel the roads of the Glen. What is it that Kelbar fears from a farmer that breeds sheep, grows lettuce, or a retiree that goes for that all-important Sunday drive? Not local and not welcome, Kelbar. How dare you bring this sort of madness to Glenelladale? Why do Kelbar employees have these security cameras facing the road, the fingerboards and the blue gums that was informed by Carolyn Ballant from Coffee a number of years ago? Why do you need to watch the community? Are you that frightened of us, Mr. Paterica? At the East Gippsland Field Days this year, Mr. Paterica informed a number of MFG supporters that he had had to go to the police as someone had posted him an anti-mine bumper sticker. Are you serious? What a waste of police resources. MFG still has stickers if you would like to purchase the full set. This is not Senegal, West Africa, Grand Coat Mine, which seems to be a prerequisite to be part of the team Kelbar. Joseph's getting the band back together is the word around town. At least 6 have joined the team, all working at the Grand Coat Mine, including Mr. Paterica. Key facts on the Grand Coat Mineral Sands Mine. Locals were never consulted. Landholders arrested for protecting their land and some jailed. Insufficient compensation. Seven hamlets displaced in 2017. Water impacts on vegetable growers in the area. Underground water previously at 5 metres deep today requires wells of 12 metres. Promises for jobs never eventuated. A promised hospital was never built. Not a resume to be proud of, and this is only one of many mines mentioned. Many got a sordid past. Fosterville also paints a sad story. On your watch, Mr. Paterica. This is not Africa, Kelbar, even though we too are prepared to go to jail to protect what we hold dear. So be forewarned. 24 names appear on Kelbar's requested overview of mining experience by the IAC. And yet with 24 names listed, only two locals employed. Local content is sorely missing. Last Friday, Calbar's office was closed, not unusual when it is rarely open. Closed for almost 12 months last year and some of this year. Having to bang on Calbar's door last Friday, only one young man was in attendance. What of the other 23 on your list? It always looks better on paper, doesn't it? Some of you here today may never meet these people or recognise their faces, but every day they play an extremely important part of your families, your neighbours, your friends and your work colleagues' lives. These people are what I call local. You see, you drink milk from their dairies every day. You eat vegetables from their fields. You dine on steaks from their paddocks. You wear wool from their sheep. You drive through McDonald's for your lettuce in your burger. You enjoy asparagus with your steaks. You put butter on your corn. You like your broccoli cooked just right. You like to purchase organic vegetables and your dim sims are tasteless without cabbage. Every day, these farmers and their families play a pivotal role in your lives and millions of Australians and overseas customers. Don't tell me, Mr. Morris, that a mine and the Lindenow Valley farmers can work together. Not that I've ever seen you at the McDonald's drive-through. How did we end up here today justifying a food bowl, and the dairy, beef and sheep farmers? And how did we end up here with the environment being put on at an incredible risk by a company that has never mined a grain of sand? The process clearly needs to change. These farmers don't ask for thanks. They just go about their business doing what they do best. Some have done this for generations. Milk does not come from a carton and steak from a foam tray. And Calbar don't belong in Glenaladale. And what about the environment? Who is speaking for it? Obviously not the proponent that seems to believe it will do no harm. The United Nations states, and I quote, "The human right to water is indispensable for leading a life in human dignity. It is a prerequisite for realisation of other human rights." Calbar needs to take note of that. Less than 3% of the water covering the earth is fresh water. Let me just say that again. Less than 3% of water covering the earth is fresh water. And yet Calbar want how many gigalitres this week? And Calbar want to put a mine 350 metres from the Mitchell River, a heritage listed river flowing into the Gippsland Lakes and a Ramsar listed wetlands. And Calbar's expert witness, Tony McAllister, drops the clanger, dilution being the solution to pollution. Sounds familiar. ERR seem to have turned a blind eye to the Benambra mine, now known as Lake St Barbara, a tailings dam leaking toxic tailings into Straight Creek flowing into the Tambo River. 86,000 litres a day is the estimate. Is dilution still the solution? Do a survey of how many people living on the Tambo River have or have had some form of cancer. The Mitchell River doesn't want that sort of percentages, does not want those sort of percentages. Dilution is not the solution, Mr McAllister. Just ask those living on the Tambo River. Recommendations advise us to only eat up to 2 fish per week from the Gippsland lakes and rivers, and I believe children and pregnant women it is less. Since I started this journey, I've discovered how many studies are distorted, scaled down, not made public, and how government just doesn't want you to know. Dolphins die in our lakes. The Burren dolphin only found in the Gippsland Lakes and Port Phillip Bay. PFAS levels are increasing in our rivers and lakes. Blue-green algae, a constant curse to our waterways. And Kalbar wants to build a what? Are you serious? Many years ago, John Farnham released Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head. It was 1969. I was 7 years of age, and I remember vividly my first holiday to Lakes Entrance. There were many more before a permanent move to East Gippsland. There are 3 things I remember from that holiday. A small cabin that we stayed in had a TV that you had to insert a 20-cent piece into view for an allocated time. We went to the Central Hotel for dinner, and an older man played a piano while we dined. He played Sadie the Cleaning Lady only if I sang along, which I did. I caught my first fish ever, and probably my last, by just walking across the main highway and throwing in the line attached to a cylindrical cork, something that would probably never happen today. Many things have changed, but my passion for the environment has grown over the years thanks to my father and the beauty of East Gippsland. How dare you even consider this proposal? The lakes needs to be preserved for the generations to come. Protection is now so very important. David Attenborough would tell you it is almost too late. So the panel's decision is possibly the most important decision you could possibly make. Let your children and grandchildren enjoy what so many of us took for granted growing up. During this hearing, a comment was made, a comment that Kalbar have constantly used in their sales pitch. Mineral sands mines have an excellent track record of rehabilitation. Many of the famous East Coast beaches have been mined, for instance, but you could not tell. It couldn't be further from the truth and extremely misleading, and I will tell you why. Many years ago, in my final year of high school, a very proactive geology teacher taught her students about mineral sands mining on Fraser Island, Queensland. I was one of them. Some years later, I purchased a 4-wheel drive and with a former student and friend, we drove the long trip to Fraser Island. I was 21 years old. I would like to read a quote from Mr. John Sinclair, AO. This is regarding Fraser Island, some 40 years later. An inspection of the mined areas in December 2016, exactly 40 years since the end of mining, confirmed the view of ecologists to various inquiries that it would take 500 years, if ever, to re-establish the original plant communities that once existed there. The whole mining process completely destroyed the soil profile. In DM Minerals' case, it reduced what was an advanced dune system 2 back to a very young dune system 1. It takes hundreds, if not thousands of years for the soil profile to develop. And it seems that no amount of trying to assist nature is going to hasten that process. Add to that the issue of weeds, particularly lantana, that have thrived in the disturbed conditions. Mining has turned out to be the environmental disaster that was predicted in 1971. In 1983, Byron Bay locals became aware of the high radioactive soil. Today, high Geiger counter readings are the legacy of mineral sand mining at Byron, many unaware of the risks even today. 2009, Rainbow Beach moves by the state government to remove a huge sand dune still radioactive after 40 odd years. In one area, 30 to 40 times higher than normal background radiation, thanks to mineral sands mining. (2011) North Shore Noosa. Tonnes of potentially radioactive mineral sands mine. Radioactive mineral sand is being dug out of the scrub, believed to be remediation of an old mining site. 2013, Rainbow Beach again. The government looks at a clean-up operation. 2018, Byron Bay again. Possible radioactive dust pollution during excavation at a shopping mall site of a former mineral sands mine. 2021, Stradbroke Island. Closure of North Stradbroke Island's Adams Beach, temporarily closed due to radioactive soil, the legacy of mineral sands mining. In 2021, Rainbow Beach. Today, the area associated with the mineral sands mining still remains fenced to this day and radioactive. These are the legacies of mineral sands mining. 500 hectares were mined at Fraser Island and I saw no rehabilitation. And this photo here is from Google Maps yesterday, and you can still see the profile of the mine and little or no rehabilitation. So you see, there is no excellent track record of rehabilitation on the famous East Coast beaches, only a legacy of misery. What will become of Glenalladale, the Mitchell River, the Gippsland Lakes? Our legacy, both yours and mine, will be judged in future years. My father would be very proud of the stand I have taken through the years. I hope your children will feel the same. Fact: the Gippsland Lakes and its network of coastal lagoons and marsh environments are the largest estuarine lagoon system in Australia. The Perry River chain of ponds are one of the most intact systems in Victoria and extremely rare. They are unique as they contain sections of intact ponds as well as ponds recovering from erosion and are home to many threatened plant and animal species. The Mitchell River silt jetties are the longest silt jetties in the world, formed over thousands of years. The Mitchell River National Park, in some of its gorges, remnants are found of warm, temperate rainforest. The southernmost occurrence of this type of forest in the world. Recorded sightings of more than 150 bird species and 25 mammal species in the park. and of course, a very important location for the Gunai-Kurnai people. Why would you put something so very rare even at the slightest risk? What legacy will we leave East Gippsland? On the 9th and 10th of June this year, East Gippsland, including Glenelladale, experienced what was classed as a minor flood event. Glenelladale's rainfall amounts ranged from 60 to 80 millimetres. Mount Manappa, 113 millimetres. These photos show the results of what occurs during a minor flood event. It is obvious that even a minor flood event at Glenelladale can destroy bridges, make gullies in the mine footprint become rivers, flood the very intersection, close the Princess Highway from Stratford to Bairnsdale. Flood the very intersection, Kelbar want to exit the Lindenow South Road onto the Princess Highway to Bairnsdale. And it makes ground turn to quicksand. This was not a flood event. This is a flood event. I would like to ask some questions of the IAC. I would like them to ask Kelbar to supply the total number of residents, not residences, that reside within a 5 kilometre radius of the mine footprint. I would like supplied the total number of residents and residences that will be affected when 80 B doubles a day pass their home on the round trip to Bairnsdale and return. Perhaps Mr Fenning can confirm this route for the IAC. I would like the IAC to investigate the sale of land owned by Mr John Darlson, it being the location of Kelbar's nursery. Has or will Kelbar purchase this property, or will the nursery have to be relocated, and if so, to where? I would also like the IAC to take note of the comments that have become a constant around Bairnsdale, spread through the grapevine of Kelbar. Comments such as, it's a done deal. We're just going through the motions, it's all go. It's already been ticked off. The government wants this mine and has already okayed it. Contracts have already been signed. It's all a goer, and that's come down from the hierarchy. These sorts of comments give people little faith in the process, and it has been quite distressing for some. I don't expect an apology from Kelbar or the IAC. However, I would hate to think there was any truth to these comments, making a complete mockery of this whole process. I guess we will just wait and see. I find it incomprehensible that I need to sit here today to justify why this mine should not be approved. Why should I have to explain to others why I wish to live at Glenelladale? Why should I have to request complete strangers visit my property? Why does the general public have to convince a government this mine is in the most inappropriate landscape and raise the money themselves to fight it? A 40,000 grant was gone in a blink. Why do exploration licenses sit over such fragile ecosystems? And why are farmers treated as second-class citizens when a company like Kelbar comes to town? 900 submissions say no to Kelbar's mine. Thousands support a mine-free Glenelladale. Only a handful of submitters speak in favour of a mine. Are investors such as APN given the full picture, or are they just pawns in Kelbar's game? If you are a supporter of this mine proposal, ask yourself, have you ever heard the farmers' side? Have you ever bothered to sit down with them to understand their concerns? No, probably not, and you certainly don't give a damn about the environment either. Kelbar's Mr Morris has commented on the figure of $50 million so far spent by Kelbar on this project. No documents substantiate this figure. What of the cost to landholders of Glenaladale and surrounds and their supporters over the last 7 years, both mentally and monetary? Mr Morris, you took the hospital pass. What amount of money convinced you to take on the destruction of the environment and the very vegetables that both you and your family consume? The government has a duty of care not to cause harm. I hope Mr Wynne is listening to the thousands that want a mine-free Glenaladale. So let's just talk about mine-free Glenaladale, MFG for short. Over 7 years ago, concerned about exploration licences appearing in the local paper, a small few sat around a kitchen table, including myself. Back then, few would listen to MFG. Comments such as, let's just wait, I don't like your chances, not enough information. Well, nothing's changed there. And a few wanted to know what was in it for them. I could name them, but I won't. They know who they are. Greed can be all-consuming, but it will never bring you happiness. Those that sit around the table of MFG are proud people, determined, resilient, fighters, my friends, and not all reside at Glenaladale as some would believe. They have fought for over 7 years and will continue to fight. MFG is now not a small group of people that sit around a kitchen table. They are the thousands that support the landholders of Glenaladale, the farmers, the environment, and the Gunai-Kurnai people. I would like to thank each and every one of them. They are my friends and they are the most remarkable people I have ever had the privilege of knowing. Those who listen to my presentation today may never know what it is like to have the support of so many. Sometimes I think that perhaps those that attack mine-free are jealous of what we have achieved and the friendships between all of us. We did not choose to become activists, nor did we choose to become part of a process that is so very flawed. But here we are, and we are not going to back down. MFG will keep fighting. If that means protesting, if that means blockading, if that means class actions, if that means taking this to the highest court. Be warned, Kelbar and the government, after 7 years, we have nothing to lose and we will stop Kelbar. And any other company that dares to think they can mine at Glenaladale. Before warned, we have no intention of backing down and people power will win even if it were to take another 7 years. Something I've learned on this journey is that people want to have purpose. Do you sitting on the IAC panel have purpose, or is it just process? Think very carefully before you make your decision. Your children and your children's children will have to live with the consequences of your decision. Thank you for listening to me today, and thank you to all those that have supplied me with photos and support for this presentation. And thank you all that support a mine-free Glenelladale. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms Clark. Just checking questions. No. Thank you very much. A very comprehensive submission. And we've also been hearing many submissions down here over the last week and the start of this week. So thank you very much for coming in to talk to us today.
Thank you.
We now are going to move to a short break. We'll stand down there. We'll start again at 11:25. Thank you. Just to let you know, we haven't heard from Ms Nightingale, so we're going to go to the Colemans who are here, but there'll just be a couple of minutes while we're getting set up. So just stand by. Thank you. Welcome. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Coleman, the Coleman Partnership, original submission 812. Apologies if I'm doing this to see you. The setup has been working here very well, but it has a couple of limitations. You've asked for a couple of hours, so when you're ready, feel free to make a start on it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
Apologies. So we have an hour before lunch and then roughly an hour before lunch and then roughly an hour after lunch.
That's correct. And I apologise for splitting you across lunch. We normally try not to do that, but it'll give you a chance to rest your voices halfway.
Well, we actually asked for it because we figured 2 hours is a long time to listen to us and you needed a break as well.
Thank you.
So thank you for allowing us to speak and allowing us to speak here in Bentstale. This is the second stage of only the second part of, or second opportunity the community has to make meaningful input into this project. And it's important that the community be heard on this. The implications for this project have been huge for the community. We've already had an attempted suicide, a nervous breakdown, and as a result of that, a young man who was overdosed with medication so that he's cognitive gone off the thing. So we've already had a young man who had a nervous breakdown and subsequently overdosed with the psychoactive medication, which has permanently impaired his cognitive function. He was in a coma and not expected to live, so it's a tribute to him that he actually survived at all. So for the community, the IAC's function is not to evaluate the unacceptable impacts of the project, it's to evaluate any further unacceptable impacts. During the COVID situation, the increase in mental health has been phenomenal, and much of that's been put down to the fact that there is a loss of control of people's lives and livelihoods. That's been over 18 months. We've been living with that for 7 years. There are too many issues with the project and areas of concern in the EES for us to even attempt to cover them all in 2 hours. So we're going to concentrate on soils and rehab, agriculture, climate, biodiversity, and consultation and compliance. These topics are all complex, interrelated, and interdependent. Themes running through the topics include local knowledge, experience and expertise, tailings and contamination, centrifuges, water, surface and groundwater, poor data, and failure to comply with the scoping requirements. The state government during the COVID crisis has repeatedly said that the risks from COVID are enormous and that we have to be extremely cautious in our approach to it and adopt the precautionary principle to the maximum possible. In other words, take every possible precaution unless there is a clear evidence to the contrary. That's exactly analogous to the situation here, where we have to take every possible precaution and be absolutely certain there will be no negative impacts before approval. The EES has lots of unknowns and maybes, especially the economic viability, the comparison of possible versus known current jobs, and the comparison of possible versus known and existing and functioning industries and enterprises. The information provided in the EES and subsequent documents is inadequate. The risk mitigation measures are ill-considered and unenforceable. The risks of the project are unacceptable. So the current characteristics with soils, the current characteristics are not clearly or adequately defined, and that was outlined in Dr. Drake's submission. There was no explanation of the methodology for sampling, non-standard sampling, an undue reliance on previous study by the Department of Agriculture, by Sargent and Sargent. That was an extremely broad brush study. And yet the data was used as if it had been done down to a level of fine detail. And I can state quite clearly that there was no sampling done by Sargent and Sargent on our property. So that there is no valid data for the proponent to draw from there. Non-standard testing was used and the results applied. And a classic there was that Locke has used a total phosphorus for soil fertility. Many years ago, I took a total phosphorus test result to a number of agronomists to discuss improving the property. They all looked at the total phosphorus test result and said, this is meaningless. We can't do anything with this. We don't make any recommendations based on total phosphorus. You have to go back and get the testing done again for plant available phosphorus. In Victoria, the standard test for that is the Olsen P, an Olsen test. The one test that Locke did on that, they did a Colwell P, which is the non-standard test, and then he never referred to the data again. At a public meeting in Lindenow, Locke admitted that he'd never actually worked in hill country before. So much of his mitigation measures are based on supposition. Possibles, maybes, he thinks. There's no evidence. Gypsum has been suggested as a remediation measure. And we're talking many tonnes to the hectare here. Gypsum is a salt. It's ionic. It dissolves in water, which is why it binds with the clay particles. But also as a salt, increasing the ionic content of the soil effectively increases the salinity and will badly impact on plant and soil biology, as well as ending up in the waterways. Well, the proponents' figures show a 10% increase in volume in the mined area. The experience over in the Western districts with the Douglas mine has shown that subsidence is extremely uneven. One farmer found that he could no longer even operate his boom sprays in what had been his best paddock because the ground moved so much that his boom spray kept hitting the ground because of the big dips in the soil due to subsidence. That lack of compaction in the soil also means that you don't have any soil holding capacity. So strainer posts and fences pull out, machinery sinks. There's big implications for the long-term use of the soil because you can't build a house foundation on fill. Anyone who wants to build a house in any of that 1,300 hectares in the future will have pylons that go the full depth down to solid soil. We're talking 40-metre pylons to stabilise a house. That's a phenomenally ruinous cost. With a lack of compaction, if we go to build dams in a rehabilitated area, will they hold water? To me, it seems extremely unlikely that when you take the ground and fluff it up, that it's actually going to hold any water afterwards. We were involved with the tunnel erosion remediation project back in the early noughties, run by Dr. Julianne Sargent and Peter Robinson. That was a project run by DPI but funded by the Catchment Management Authority. Peter Robinson was extremely experienced with tunnel erosion throughout Victoria. He'd worked out in the Pyrenees, he'd worked in the northeast, and a range of other locations before he came into Gippsland. The classic quote from Peter is that the Allerdale tunnel erosion is unique. It does not behave like tunnel erosion in other parts of the country. So the big thing behind tunnel erosion in the soils is the dispersive soil. Actually, I'll go back, I'll come back to them. So what does dispersive soil mean? This is a quote from the Land Conservation Council. In its final recommendations, it was a special investigation into rivers and streams. And it talks about the fact that the Mitchell River and the Lindenow Flats are of conservation value because of the abundance and diversity of native species, it's talking about fish, recorded during fish surveys. The river below the barrier at Bairnsdale also has a highly diverse fish population. In addition, the presence of species such as black bream and estuary perch make the lower reaches a popular recreational fishery. The Mitchell River is a crucial hatchery for many of these wild species that are the foundation of the recreational fishing industry in the Gippsland Lakes. A friend did his PhD on stress levels in the black bream in the Gippsland Lakes and found that they swim up into the fresh water to actually clean the parasites off them when they're getting stressed. The clean fresh water is crucial for the fish life in the Gippsland Lakes, and Mitchell is the major source of clean water to the Gippsland Lakes. The other aspect of the Land Conservation Council was the discussion about areas where exploration activities would be permitted. And it suggests, and you can read it for yourself, but excluded areas may include land that, if disturbed, may detrimentally affect water quality, important habitats for plants or fauna, important cultural features, sites of high erosion hazard, community assets and important geological features. We tick 4 out of those 6 boxes in the Glenalladale area. If the land is disturbed, it will detrimentally affect water quality, especially for the domestic consumption further downstream. The area contains important habitat for plants or fauna. There are cultural features, and it is absolutely a site of high erosion hazard. These are some images of just what dispersive soils mean to your water quality. Dispersive soils don't just impact water quality, they impact structures. This was actually a very well manufactured dam, and it's tunnelled through. That's dispersive soils at work. And there's also implications there for buildings as well. These photos are showing the dispersive soils at work in the project area at the site where the freshwater dam is proposed. On the left-hand photo, you can see the soil actually seeping out of the ground, and you can see the impact that that's having on the waterway that leads down into Longmarsh Gully. That particular site, after the fires in 2014, a couple of weeks later, I had a phone call at 11 o'clock at night from the Lindenow fire captain. They'd taken their crew out for an exploratory trip, and they were travelling down the track that has formed the stream in that second image. And he gave me a call, could I bring my tractor to get them unbogged? Now, being well civic-minded, I said, why don't you call my neighbour? He's closer. There was a very embarrassed pause, and they said, he's already here with his, and we can't get it out. We need yours as well. So I turned up with my tractor at midnight. The two of us combined had over 200 horsepower of tractor in four-wheel drive with diff lock in the lowest possible gear. We ended up straightening the tow hook on the fire truck. We didn't get it out of the bog. The ground there turns into slush when it gets saturated. It becomes liquefied. The locals all know about it. We all know that when we get the big wets, we keep heavy machinery off the ground. Lindenau Fire Captain continues to be stirred about that particular episode. Liners for dams aren't a good option. Bonacord Ingram on the Lindenau Flats have dams that have liners and they have to frequently replace them. One of the causes, well, one cause is because the plastic line is sitting on a piece of gravel and the gravel eventually works through and bursts it, and then you have the water under pressure being exposed to that dispersive soil. The other cause of the issue is wombats. We have a lot of wombats and they love digging into dam banks. And wombat down on the river flats was the cause of one of Bonacord's failures. When all the dams fail, or when any of the dams fail, and it's when, not if, they will have major catastrophic impacts on either the users and the river on the Mitchell side or on the Perry River side, or both. There has been no valid failure modelling of dam failure. There has been a model produced that was generated in 2018. However, that assumed that the tailings storage facility was there and would prevent flows back towards the Perry. That tailings storage facility will not be there, so therefore there will be major failure paths back through to the Perry River. That failure modelling is totally invalid. None of the other 20 dams have had failure modelling performed. And I'll refer back to that later. We know when we're farming in our area that in wet years, we're effectively farming on the skin of a custard. We have a firm layer on top, and then when that subsoil becomes saturated, we have liquid underneath. We treat the country extremely cautiously. Many, many years of experience with it has told us that when we get multiple East Coast lows, we keep the heavy machinery off the country for in 2016, we didn't allow anything heavier than a ute on our country for 6 months. And even the ute, I only took down the paddock in the places that I knew were totally safe. One of the aspects of that is that vibration aggravates that situation. I had the situation where I had a tractor parked in a damp spot. When I pushed a strainer post in, and I didn't have to pre-drill, it just pushed in and the soil ran out from where the post was going like water. The vibration caused the structure of the subsoil to become so unstable, you could see the ground vibrating from the engine of the tractor. I drove out extremely cautiously and breathed lightly so I wouldn't be any heavier than I had to be. When Kalbar insisted on bringing their drilling rig onto our property, the gateway where they came and went was on reasonably stable ground. By the time they left, when you walked on the ground, it formed waves. If you jumped on it, it formed wave patterns, just from a person's weight. The soil is extremely fragile. If that's how much impact just the vehicles will have, I don't know what the impact from the vibration from the centrifuges will be. The centrifuges will be close coupled to the soil with enormous concrete foundations. We also don't know what the impact of the tailings are going to be in that soil. The proponent is suggesting that they're going to treat the first ½ metre of subsoil with gypsum to make it stable. It doesn't take a very big wombat to dig a hole more than ½ a metre deep. What they're effectively going to create is a balloon with liquid subsoil inside the balloon. Once there is a hole in that balloon, there is the potential for a big outrush of mud and slurry. The other part of the solution, there's some more imagery of just what tunnels look like. And that's a tunnel at work where it's actually spewing the subsoil up onto the surface. The proponent says that there are no escarpments or cliffs within the project area. I was with the IAC panel when we stood on the edge of that cliff looking down into the river. Every one of those steep gullies that runs through the project area is an escarpment. There will be deep tunnelling in the project area. I mentioned the soil spewing out. Peter Robinson, I mentioned before, set up silt traps during the tunnel erosion remediation project. He measured 6 cubic metres of silt being transported per hectare for an 18mm rainfall event. The maths is up there. It comes to nearly 5 million cubic metres of sediment over 20 years, over the mined area of the project, with no reason for it to stop at the end of 20 years. That means sediment-laden water for irrigators, gritty food, and brown ice that your food's packed in. People like East Gippsland Water would have massive water filtration issues. An area that hasn't been explored is what happens at the interface between the mined and the unmined area. One of the mechanisms for tunnel erosion is that where you have a solid surface under the ground, subsurface water movement impacts on that site, is concentrated and flows down the surface. So you get flow paths and concentration points. Once you get that subsurface concentration flow, you get soil transport. The entire edge of the mined area becomes one of those surfaces where you're going to get a flow surface and water flow and concentration and soil movement. So will the foundations for things like the centrifuges. Again, I was with the IAC committee when we had a look at Perry Gully, and yet this is the site where they're talking about putting the tailings. It's going to be the new tailings storage facility. We know there is erosion there. I actually cannot think of a worse possible site for a tailings storage facility. The proponent's solution is to reform the landscape into nice, stable swales where there won't be water concentration, all run off smoothly. They're going to plant it down with lots of trees to absorb the subsurface water. Well, the trees are going to take decades to grow. The study that Locke quotes of 6 metres growth in 3 years was based on forestry in a different climate using different species. But if we use that as an example of a nice stable swale, as Locke has, we can also look at this, which is another area within the proposed project area, within the proposed mining area. It's actually less steep than the stable swale. So it's a nice stable landscape. The only catch is that entire catchment that you can see has been treated for tunnel erosion. It was treated as part of the original remediation project, and unfortunately, it hasn't worked. So the proposed solution is not effective. One of the big issues with tunnel erosion is the long timeframes involved. One of the reasons for showing you these images is not so much to show you the extent of tunnel erosion, but this is all tunnelling which has re-emerged from treated areas. Julianne Sargent and Peter Robinson applied world's best practice to tackling that tunnel erosion, and it hasn't worked. The time frame involved for it to re-emerge has been 10 years or more, but it is now eroding at an accelerating rate and eroding faster than it was before it was disturbed. Disturbing soil in our country will cause erosion. And the treatments suggested are not effective. How will the IAC know whether a strategy is going to be successful in this case and that the risk is acceptable when there haven't even been field trials undertaken of what the proponent is suggesting? There is no evidence that the suggested mitigation measures will work. And I'll leave soils with a quote from Dr. Drake, that in her experience, soils that are spontaneously dispersive have severe management and erosion problems and will be at risk of dispersion and erosion even with minor mechanical work or minor environmental exposure as a result of mining operations. Rehabilitation, which flows on from soils. The topic of soil biology came up when Mr. Gibson Roy was giving his presentation. Soil biology is crucial to landscape stability. It is an extremely complex network, and it's being referred to as a soil food web because it forms a web. All sorts of interrelated organisms that eat each other, generate food, generate sugars, feed each other. Mr. Gibson Roy told us very proudly that he had organised for some samples to be tested for soil biology. What's he going to do with that data? We haven't been told where the samples have been taken, how they've been selected, what the criteria was. So we don't know what they're going to do with the data. What we do know is that the proportion of bacteria to fungi within the soil biology is one of the things which drives plant succession. So if you look at a forested environment, it is extremely fungal dominant. If you look at a grassland, it is extremely bacterial dominant. So we need soil fungi for forests and for grassy woodlands. We also know that disturbing the soil destroys fungi. So mining, where the soil is basically being ground up to a depth of up to 40 metres, will ensure that there is basically no fungi left in that soil. It will be a bacterial-rich soil. If you're experienced, I'll keep going with this one. Just somebody pokes me when I go off air. Lost track. So we know that mining will destroy the soil fungi. A bacterial-rich soil is fine if you're a Mr. Gibson Roy putting grasslands back, but won't work if you're trying to put woodlands back. I think that's very important. Mr. Gibson Roy's experience is purely with grasslands. Biosecurity. Our farm has been tested for pestivirus, fibriosis, and Johne's disease. We are one of the few properties in Victoria which is free of those diseases. We also try and keep our weeds under control. African lovegrass is an emerging weed in this area and it is extremely difficult to control. There was a field day recently and there were over 80 participants in the field day because it is such a burning issue. What we learned on that field day was that the seed from African lovegrass germinates extraordinarily competitively and will outcompete with other grasses. We also learned that the herbicide that is touted as being selective on the soils that it's been trialled on in this area has killed all grasses for up to 3 years. Not very selective. That means that people have to resort to products like Roundup, which kill everything, but unfortunately doesn't kill the seeds. The seeds remain viable for up to 7 years. The seeds remain viable in the rumen of animals for up to 2 weeks. Vehicles are a major transport mechanism for African lovegrass, and it degrades the quality of pastures phenomenally. It was quite terrifying seeing the pastures that had been invaded on properties who have good managers and just how bad they were. One of the local producers said that he was spending more than $50,000 a year trying to control African lovegrass and limit it to where it was in his property. And he had that section of his property strictly quarantined. Every vehicle that went in and out of that part of his property had to be completely sterilised before it went in and before it went on to another part of the property. I should add that that African lovegrass that you can see is on Calbar's property adjoining ours. There doesn't appear to have been too many attempts at controlling it other than slashing it, which is recognised as the best way of spreading it to your neighbours. Some of the other issues with, just going back to biosecurity. Biosecurity is a big issue because we don't want soil that's been stockpiled from some of our neighbours who are less biosecurity ending up back on our property. Our herd, Australia is very susceptible to COVID-19 because we have no herd immunity. Our cattle herd is very susceptible to pestivirus, Johne's disease and vibriosis because it has no herd immunity. If we bring soil from an infected property onto our property, it can have devastating results. Pestivirus can reduce conception rates in cattle by up to 80% in the first year. Once you have it on your property, you have it for good. You can't get rid of it. Also on our properties, we have to be very careful about what chemicals we use. Everything we use has to be APVMA accredited. It has to have a withholding period for grazing. It has to have a withholding period for milk. It also has to have an export slaughter interval. The proponent is talking about using flocculants, dust suppressors, stabilisers, hydromulching, and a whole range of other chemicals. Have they been tested to APVMA standards? Do we know what the withholding period is for cattle or sheep or goats? Do we know what the long-term impacts on soil, vegetation, water and groundwater of these chemicals are? And we know that the flocculants have adverse impacts on aquatic life because it says so in the SDS. The levels of flocculants being proposed to be used are at unprecedented levels. We also know from some of the papers quoted by Dr. Jason Smith that the flocculants can break down into highly toxic substances under anaerobic conditions, such as being buried in a mine. A further risk with the flocculants is explosion. I've been first lieutenant in our local brigade for around about 10 years. Our brigade is not equipped to cope with a fire of many tonnes or an explosion of many tonnes of flocculant going off. And again, the SDS says you have to be extremely cautious in terms of dust and controlling fire hazards around the flocculant. And we're talking storage here of many tens of tonnes. The SDS says firefighting measures require gas-tight suits for the firefighters. The nearest gas-tight suits are at least 100 kilometres in any direction. A number of brigade members have also said that if the project goes ahead, well, there won't be a local CFA brigade because they're just not going to be involved. The proponent has talked about permanent piping being installed under the mine floor. Water coming through out of that piping will be highly contaminated because it's seeped through all of the processed ore and the tailings. When the mine closes, what happens to that water? Particularly if the mine closes unexpectedly. Who's going to pump the contaminated water away from the river? What happens when the pipes block up? Locke says that there's no intent or requirement to reinstate the original soil type. Our local plants have evolved for the local soil. If you change the soil, you won't get the same plants back because they don't like those conditions. He talks about using plants from analogue sites. I'm sorry, what does that mean? Who chooses the analogue site? How close is it going to be? Does that mean that a pine tree is an analogue for a eucalypt? No, doesn't make sense. With the rehab, there's been no fertility targets or production targets set. I mentioned the total phosphorus test. They're going to use fertility targets set from reference sites. That's nice. Who chooses the reference site? I want my reference site to be the middle of the Lindenow Flats. I suspect the proponent will want it to be from the beach sand down at Loch Sport. The proponent consistently keeps referring to topsoil as the top 300 millimetres of soil. That goes completely against all soil science, where topsoil is defined by the clear horizons in the soil. In our country, it's often around about 50 millimetres. I defy any D10 dozer operator to be able to scrape up the top 50 millimetres of topsoil without mixing it with the less fertile subsoil underneath. Won't happen. In the McAllister Irrigation District, they use laser grading to improve their flood irrigation efficiency. Using world's best practice with the end goal purely being agricultural production, it takes many years for those soils to come back up to their pre-laser grading fertility. Stockpiled topsoil becomes anaerobic. That completely disrupts that soil food web that I mentioned earlier in the slides. The other classic is that the proponent's rehabilitation plan uses phrases such as appears or resembles the original condition. It's a little bit like saying that a plastic cow appears like a cow. It resembles a cow, but you get sod or milk out of one. Farming and soils are about function. They're about fertility. They're about looking after the landscape. They're not about appearance. We had an interesting discussion with the mines inspector a couple of years ago, Steve Butler. And I raised the possibility with him that if we held discussions with the proponent and said, well, instead of the standard of rehabilitation that you're proposing, we would like to negotiate for the rehabilitation to be at a different level, that we might ask for higher phosphorus levels than stated or higher potassium levels than stated or some combination. The answer from the mines inspector was illuminating because he said, any agreement such as that is a commercial agreement between yourself and Kalbar. When the ownership of the mine changes, and we've been told from the Earth Resources Regulator that mineral sands mines change ownership on average about every 3.5 years. On change of ownership, any commercial agreement like that effectively becomes null and void. The new owners are not obliged to honour that alternative rehabilitation target. And at that point, any compensation will have been paid, and according to the MRSDA, no further compensation is payable. So what's going to be the criteria for acceptance of rehabilitation? Agriculture. The proponent's view of agriculture is very much a 1950s, very static, traditional, boring viewpoint. It's the same viewpoint that Enid Blyton uses in her books where anyone can be a farmer. Bollocks. Grazing management is the basis of soil health. Studies by Alan Savory have shown that if you exclude grazing animals from the livestock, grasslands degrade. Grasslands are an ecosystem. Plants evolved with grazing animals. If you exclude the grazing animals, you increase fire risk and you reduce soil biology diversity. Agriculture is dynamic. Practices and enterprises change depending on opportunity, climate, circumstance, technology, and the level of risk that the operator is comfortable with. These are some of the operations that we've been involved with. Cattle, which we still have, sheep for carpet, wool and meat, raspberries, goats, and the bottom couple of pickies there are just a reminder as to why we're actually on the farm. Mostly, it's about the next generation. The little girl in the pictures has grown up and got her first class honours in pharmacy a couple of years ago. She still comes back to visit the farm. Throughout the documentation, agriculture has been consistently denigrated and downgraded by the proponent. The value of grazing has been massively undervalued. We have the quotes from, there's some more of our operations, cattle and bees. I believe questions were asked in some of the previous presentations about traceability of product. The bottom right-hand image is the butcher at Chadstone advertising Gippsland beef. Every one of our animals is lifetime traceable. So we can trace it from birth through to the abattoirs, where it's then barcoded, and the individual cuts are traceable through to the consumer. So Locke says that our soils are clearly not suitable for agriculture. 170 years of experience says that he's wrong. When that was challenged in his expert witness statement, he said that virtually any soil, if irrigated and fertilised, can be highly productive. In which case, why did he make the original statement? He then goes on to say that unless there's a tangible probability that the fingerboards will be irrigated in the future, his statement stands. The presence of existing irrigation in the vicinity of the project at the eastern and western ends of the project has been totally ignored. The expansion of the horticultural industry into the hill country has been totally ignored. Locke asked for tangible evidence. Here we have a cereal crop being used as a break crop in veggie production and a brassica crop under irrigation in the hill country on the plateau at Hillside. In fact, the IAC would have driven past those paddocks on the tour. We have sheep on irrigated pasture at the eastern end of the project. And beside the twin lambs is a black thing in the paddock. That's actually where the hydrant point for the irrigation sprays plug in. The company who are producing the brassicas have recently purchased an additional 500 hectares of hill country further back. I might add that first area was 1.8 kilometres from the river. The plateau within the project area is only 500 metres, so it's far more economic to irrigate around the Fingerboards than it is there at Hillside. They've purchased an additional 500 hectares, which is even further back from the river, and you can see the pipes there being stockpiled, ready for the expansion of that further 500 hectares of irrigation. That's nearly another quarter of the Lindenow Flats. And you can see one of their centre pivots. One of the interesting comparison that Kalbar makes is that it keeps talking about the turnover of the project, but it talks about profits from agriculture. It's not comparing apples with apples. The profits from agriculture come after we've paid all our bills. The turnover that they're quoting for the mining project comes before they've paid any bills. It's not a fair comparison. We have no indication as to whether this project will actually be profitable. Meat and Livestock Australia are one of our leading industry bodies. We figured this quote was relevant. Our industry is driven to be productive and profitable, intergenerationally sustainable, and leaving the environment in a better shape. The VFF submission to the recent decline, the meat industry strategic plan identified animal welfare as a major risk for market access. And that's driven by meat and livestock. Dust, noise, water quality, food contamination, and stress are all major animal welfare issues. Meat and Livestock did a lot of work on what's called dark cutting in meat. When animals become stressed, it changes the pH, it changes the metabolism within the muscle, reduces oxygen, changes the pH, and the meat literally becomes dark. In extreme cases, it becomes black, and it's unsaleable. Stress causes major reductions in the bottom line for meat producers, for food producers. Department of Ag runs its long-term farm monitor project, livestock farm monitor project. According to it, the average gross margin, average turnover for cattle operations in Gippsland is $1,404 per hectare. The top 20% producers are much higher than that, and a couple of the local producers would be in that top 20%. That equates to 2.25 million turnover from the project area from the existing current businesses. Long-term, sustainable, no further environmental damage, and in fact the environment's improving as producers like ourselves embrace regenerative agricultural practices. Farming employs lots of families and results in 4.2 flow-on jobs for every direct employee. Virtually all of that turnover is spent locally. It's not like a mining company where they're sourcing centrifuges from offshore, they're getting their employees from elsewhere. Most of their products are coming from elsewhere. Compliance is a big issue. We have to comply with the Livestock Production Assurance Scheme, which looks at animal welfare, chemical use, biosecurity and feed. Our property is European Union accredited, which has massive traceability requirements, hormone growth requirements, animal welfare, contamination issues. Meat Standards Australia, which is about growth and animal handling and stress. Grass-fed beef, says it all. And there are a number of other proprietary accreditation schemes. All of them have stringent requirements. All of them are audited. All failure to comply with their requirements results in loss of market access. Gippsland beef is a known, respected product. Our cattle are known and respected. Apiary is not considered in the EES. The grey gums in the Gleneladale area flower when there's nothing else available in East Gippsland or Wellington. So we often host up to 100 hives at a time on our properties. Apiary is also crucial for crops like brassicas on the Lindenow Flats. Many of the horticultural producers bring in beehives to make sure that they get good pollination of those crops. What is the impact of dust, particularly fine dust, on the bees? I mentioned that one of the welfare issues is contaminated water. This slide is from the Visualising Victoria's Groundwater website. It's a composite of known best knowledge of groundwater in Victoria. Excuse the lack of clarity in the background, but you can see the fingerboards in the middle there and the proposed project area. The red areas are where groundwater is less than 5 metres from the surface. Orange, less than 10, yellow, less than 20, light green, less than 50. The validity of that modelling is backed up by the fact that there are a number of spring-fed dams in the vicinity of the fingerboards. So we know there is shallow groundwater in the vicinity of the fingerboards. The VVG map confirms it. Contamination of that groundwater leads to contamination of livestock supplies, those drawn direct from bores, through groundwater through bores, and also those spring-fed dams. The reliance on that groundwater is also shown here. Can I move the cursor? No, don't worry. Roughly in the centre is our top dam. It will be entirely destroyed. You can see it's got water in it. This was taken during the drought. During the drought, it was our only source of water for 3 years. Every other dam on the property dried up. That one didn't. We ran 2 kilometres of polypipe from that dam to our polypipe system, and that's what kept our stock supplied with water. Without that dam, we would have had to have entirely destocked the property during the drought. There's been no discussion about opportunity costs and emerging industries. As I said, agriculture is dynamic. So carbon farming is estimated to bring a return of $10,000 per hectare. Agrisolar brings in an income whilst also allowing you to farm. I should add carbon farming allows you, that's $10,000 per hectare on top of your existing enterprises. There's the potential for irrigation of the hill country, potential for residential subdivision. Impacts from dust, the Venturi effect, where the high wind speeds travelling across the plateau pick up dust, which then slows as it goes across the valleys and deposits those particles, I think has been understated. The impacts of noise. We rely on being able to hear our animals to pick up when there's issues. I've had to go, we're calving at the moment. Every now and then I have to go out at night because a newborn calf ends up on the wrong side of the fence and I have to persuade it to go back through to its mum. We only know about it because of the noise. We rely on it for hearing if there's issues with predators as well. Cultural employment. There's currently about 1,500 direct employees on the Mitchell Flats, resulting in about 6,500 indirect jobs, which means that you're looking at a smidge under 8,000 employed. The horticulturalists have said that they could generate another 600 direct jobs if they had access to the 3 gigalitres of water that the mine would require. That would result in another 2,500 indirect jobs. In other words, 3,100 new jobs. The project will generate 400 jobs, including the indirect. So should the project go ahead, it will create a net loss of employment opportunities of 2,700 jobs. And that's assuming everything goes perfectly. The project also risks the loss of the existing 7,800 jobs as well. So should things go wrong, there will be employment opportunities of 10,500 people wiped out. At this point in time, local employers are struggling to find employees, especially in the health and hospitality industries. The no mine option hasn't been seriously discussed in the EES. The version that's published is extremely simplistic and copy and pasted from other projects. It suggests there's no other option and dismisses existing businesses, community and environment. As I mentioned, it doesn't look at opportunity costs of emerging uses of the land. Carbon farming, $16 million per year over the project area, on top of the existing enterprises. The big thing it ignores is that water is a crucial limiting resource. Never mind the minerals, water is pure gold in this country, and it fails to discuss the alternative use of that water, the further expansion of horticulture into the hill country, and the generation of an additional 600 direct jobs. Calbar's view is my way or the highway.
Is that a good time to?
I was just thinking that that is a good time to see if there's any questions.
I think we'll hold them right till the end if that's okay. We'll have a chat over lunch as well. So thank you very much. We'll break. Steve, can I just ask if you look at the microphone? I'm not sure if there's anything you can do, but we'll see how we go. Thank you. We'll break there. We'll start again at 1:30 p.m. Thanks, Mr. Coleman.
Thank you.
Just before we go back to the Coleman submission, I just want to return to the matter of the maps that were discussed in morning business this morning. The committee's thinking they should be tabled just so that people can see them. However, excuse me, in the first instance, Mr. Morris, can I ask you to get White and Case to just send them to MFG and East Gippsland Shire Council on the basis that they have a chance to look at them. If they have no objections when we come into morning business tomorrow, we'll then consider them tabled. So if you could instruct White and Case to just send them to those parties at this stage.
Yes, I'll do that.
Thank you. The other matter, just again, before we get going for the afternoon, yes, we're comfortable in your next version, if you like, being circulated next, I think Monday afternoon, you said, rather than Friday. What that will mean is that the other parties had until Friday to respond. Those dates that are there, we'll effectively push them back from a Friday to a Monday right the way through, but we'll provide that in informal correspondence so parties are aware of it. So it'll be an update to document 521. Thank you. And with that, Tom, can I just get the back door closed? Thank you. And with that, Mr. Coleman, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you. So this morning, we looked at soils and rehabilitation, and I hope I made the case that the dispersive soils are unmanageable and that the rehabilitation is extremely problematic. What we want to look at now is climate, and I'll talk a lot quicker this time. Rainfall in the area is highly variable. What we have here is a comparison of various weather stations around the Fingerboards area. Glenaladale at Mitchell River, which is the nearest Bureau of Met weather station. Mitchell River at Rose Hill, which is Hillside, Bensdale Airport, Mount Monappa, and our own property and another local. Where I've highlighted is where there are areas of significant difference between the weather stations. Just highlighting the fact that rainfall is extremely variable even between stations. And if we look at July 2000, at Glenaladale at the Mitchell River was 196 millimetres of rain for the month. Mitchell River at Rose Hill, which is only a few kilometres down the river, was 86. So 100 millimetres difference in a few kilometres. Locals know that the Fingerboards itself has an average of about 5 inches, 125 millimetres, higher rainfall than the surrounding areas. It's in a patch which catches storms. Mount Monappa, with a height of 480 metres, is back in the mountains, significantly higher than the 120 metres of the Fingerboards and in a very different rainfall zone. Interest was expressed by the IAC committee about our East Coast lows. So I put this together last night. It's comparing the last 20 years data. The yellow highlights are where the month's rainfall is more than 100 millimetres. In other words, more than double the average. The green is where the average is close to 200 or well above 200. In the years since the proponent's been in the area, you can see there are no green patches and very few yellow patches. That's mainly due to the 3-year drought, which according to the Bureau of Met is not only the most severe on record, but the longest on record. The squares that are highlighted are months where we've had consecutive above average rainfalls, and they're the ones that cause serious difficulty. The ground gets super saturated. And you can see that that occurs on a number of occasions. The other really important point about this slide is that those East Coast lows are randomly distributed. It's not a case of they occur in summer or they occur in winter. They occur randomly. They are a stochastic event. And being stochastic means that they're just as likely to follow on from each other as not. Some of the consequences from some of those stochastic events, statistical events, one of our dams, it's a really good flow of water there. And that was the Mitchell River Flats, or rather the Mitchell River Lake at that stage. There was a sea of water right throughout. That was 2012. According to Vince from Southern Rural Water, storms at the Fingerboards can alter the level of water restrictions in summer in the Mitchell River by up to 2 levels. That is a massive difference in production for those people reliant on irrigation water. That's the difference between total crop failure and a crop that can be marketed. It is a major financial difference. One of the locals referred to East Gippsland as being a 350 millimetre rainfall with random East Coast lows. And I reckon they're about on the money. When we don't get those East Coast lows, we get a drought. When we get multiples, we get floods. The EES hasn't made adequate provision for climate change. This is from CSIRO's Gippsland climate change projections. It says extreme rainfall events are expected to become more intense on average through the century. The Bairnsdale climate will become more like Cowra in New South Wales. And they've got a percentage change there of the 1 in 20 year maximum rainfall, and it goes up significantly. If we look at the Climate Commission, it's got some figures there on what's anticipated. It says more intense downpours, longer fire seasons with up to double the number of high fire danger days. The conditions for large and intense fires, low humidity, high winds and extreme temperatures are likely to become more common in the region by mid-century. And this mine is proposed to continue towards mid-century. Those conditions are the conditions for a lot of dust. That's one example of what's happened to us with some of our severe winds. That shed was a well-constructed shed and it just was blown apart. The weather station that was set up by Calbar is not in the right place. The Fingerboards are a known windy location, and that shed is an example of that.
On a very practical note, I can't keep my washing on the line. So I have investigated every peg I think there ever has been. The ones from the supermarket are absolutely useless. So we have here a selection of all my experiments. These are the ones from the farm supplies store, super strong. These are the ones I got from France. These are the ones I got from Italy. And these are the ones that we got from the marine suppliers, which are meant to be super strong. And do they work? No, I use a combination of all of them. The sheets will not stay on the line in our wind.
There are issues, a number of issues with the weather station. There have been issues with breakdowns and the lack of filters, which has caused severe shortfalls in data, especially during summer and during the period where we get our equinoctial gales. In January to June, it was only monitored for about 2 weeks in April. Our equinoctial gales come through in about April, May.
Mr. Coleman, sorry, just while that photo's up, can you tell us where that shed was that was destroyed, roughly?
It's actually just off the slide area,
Okay.
a bit up to the northwest.
Thank you.
The winds aren't limited to the project area. The monitoring station is described as being in the middle of the centre of the project area. It's actually very, very close to the edge of the project area. In the Western Districts, the Balmoral community was told that operations on that mineral sands mine would be suspended on windy days. Once the project was up and running and there were windy days, the community was told it would cost the community $70,000 a day for the operation to cease mining. The obligation wasn't honoured. The monitoring station is also in a basin. It's a bit hard to see on that, but you can see the contour lines. One of our dominant winds over the summer are the northwesterlies. The weather station sitting at about 110 metres above sea level. The hill to the northwest is 140 metres. It's blocking those winds. There's a shelter belt to the south, and there are also rises to the northeast and to the southwest, which is the other dominant wind. You can see on here the shelter belt hiding to the south. These images show how it's in a basin. We're looking up at the roof of the house and we're looking up at the telecom tower to the left. We're well down below the Fingerboards level. The site is not typical of conditions across the project area. Wind turbine generators have similar conditions, similar requirements to wind monitors. They need a place where the wind is moving uniformly in the same direction. They don't like turbulence. So this is an extract from wind turbine site selection. They suggest that the quick and dirty rule of thumb for turbine height is a minimum of 10 metres plus the turbine blade above the tallest obstacle. So that means that the wind monitoring tower would have to be 10 metres above the tops of the trees on top of the ridges surrounding that monitoring station. And that's only if the obstacles are further than 150 metres from the tower. Those shelter belts are less than 100 metres from the tower. And that gives an example of just how much disturbance there can be around obstacles. That the obstacle can disturb the air for 20 times its height and double its, 20 times its height in distance and double its height, creating those turbulent air conditions. An industry that has similar issues with wind is the building industry. I won't talk through these slides, but they came up with wind loadings. And the wind loadings in the building industry are N1 to N4. If we look at the current wind monitoring site and we go through the terrain and the calculations, which I won't do, we come up with a wind rating of N1. If we look at the conditions near the escarpment during mining conditions when there will be no trees or shelter, we come up with a wind rating of N4, possibly N5, but just being generous, we'll call it N4. So N1 has a wind gust speed of 101 kilometres an hour. N4 has a wind gust speed of 180 kilometres an hour. So the N1 rating is only 56% of the N4 rating. And what's really important there is that energy is a function of the speed squared. So if the wind speed is double, the energy that it carries is 4 times. So double the wind speed carries 4 times the dust. And could Tom come in to give a hand with the technology at this stage? What we want to do is give you a slightly different experience. Due to biosecurity issues, we weren't able to bring you onto the property to have a look around. So we have some 360-degree video. Video through Zoom is problematic because of bandwidth restrictions. So what I suggest is that we've set it up on YouTube. If the panel members and others present would like to open the YouTube link and maybe we play it all together and I talk you through. What you do with this video is you can use your cursor to drag your point of view. You can look up, you can look down, and if you're on a pivoting chair, you can look all around. It might be best if you mute the sound so that we don't have everyone's voiceover happening all at once everywhere. If I could get a nod when people are happy and if people are happy and comfortable with that. So the idea is that each site we have 20 seconds. I'll talk a little bit about it. Actually, is this going to be loud enough for the voiceover to work? You think so? Okay, I'll just. We may end up with feedback through the microphone. But let's just pivot around to start with. So you could see what I was doing there with the mouse. I was just pivoting us around to change our viewpoint. So you can.
Yes, we have it on our screens as well, doing the same.
Okay. I'll hit the play button.
Video is of some sites on our farm in and near the proposed Fingerboards open cut mineral sands mine. This view is from the highest point on the farm. As you pan around, all the bush and native grasslands you see will be destroyed by the mine. This sheltered gully is near the edge of the proposed mine. Our local Gunai people believe it was a traditional campsite as it is sheltered out of the breezes which flow up and down the valley, close to permanent water, Spring Valley, and has an excellent viewpoint. This viewpoint is located above the previous gully. It offers superb views to the east, north, and the west. It is within 200 metres of the edge of the proposed open cut mine. Here we are in Spring Valley, situated within the proposed mine area. The largest box tree has fused limbs, which Gunai people have indicated was a marker tree. This well-used habitat tree is 1.27 metres in diameter at chest height and is many hundreds of years old. Further up Spring Valley, this site is in part of the area to be flooded by one of the proposed 20 large dams. All the bush you can see will be flooded or cleared. On the plateau above Spring Valley is a glade of grassy woodland which will be demolished. Some of the trees are the rare narrow-leafed redbox, Eucalyptus polyanthemous longiole. This dam is permanent. It's one of several groundwater supplied dams in the mine area. During droughts, it is the only water source on the farm. The mine will destroy it and the groundwater system it relies on. As you look around, there is plenty of cover for native fauna, such as the giant burrowing frog.
I'll let Tom take over again.
Can I just ask, so the dam towards the end of the video, that's the one in the, what is it, the southeast corner of your property up near the Fingerboards?
Correct.
Yep.
Oh, I hadn't figured it was a touch screen. Would have made life easier. Yep. So biodiversity within the project area is much richer than represented in the reports. You can see here a mapping of the 2005 EVCs, colour-coded. The red are endangered and the orange are vulnerable. Even the yellow is depleted. The proposed mine licence area includes a substantial area of endangered and vulnerable EVCs. This is the same map, but with the EVC numbers on it, just to show the diversity. There is no intent or requirement to reinstate the original soil type, according to Locke. Local native fauna has adapted to grow in the local soil. You won't get the local fauna back if you change the soil. There's no discussion in the reports about migratory species such as rainbow bee eaters, which come through every summer, or the white-bellied sea eagles, which nest on the bluffs adjoining the project area. This photo was taken above our property. There's also no discussion about the migration routes from the Alps down to the coast. A lot of species, some are in the Alps and come down to the coast for the winter and then back up to the Alps for summer. This is an aerial photo taken in 1949, and I've overlaid the project area. You can see a lot of the native vegetation, particularly on our property, was there in 1949 and is still there. You can also actually see the airstrip from the war, from the fighter base during the war. So that native vegetation is old growth forest especially on our property, that will be destroyed. It's not revegetation, it's old growth. These are just some images of some of the things that we stand to lose. And these are all taken on or beside our property. On the middle one on the left, one bit's a polypipe and the other one is a bit of polypipe that wriggles. Gives you quite a start when you go and step over them. There's another picky of the white-bellied sea eagle there. And in my glove is a very tiny bat. So Tree Tech conducted some work on our property, and in a very short survey identified a number of rare and vulnerable species, including the narrow leaf red box, Eucalyptus polyanthomus longior. According to the Victorian Biodiversity Atlas, they have some 66 specimens identified in Victoria. My estimate is that we probably have a good 20 of them on our property that aren't listed. It's a substantial reserve. Mention has been made of the Mount Ray Boundary Track 2014 bushfire. That shows the extent of it compared with the project area. So looking for biodiversity in the project area is going to be limited by the impacts of that fire. There has been very minimal acknowledgement of the impact of that fire. It was a severe fire. These are photos from our property. There was a study undertaken out at Bruthen where they found that even 5 years after a bushfire, it still had major impacts on the biodiversity and the native fauna. So one of the big issues with that is state and transition. Most ecologists would be aware of the concept of state and transition, where you have an ecological state, it is disturbed, it then goes through a number of transition states before finally settling on a new state. Our landscape is still going through a number of transition states, and that has been acknowledged nowhere in the documentation. It's not just mining that will destroy the flora and fauna. There are proposals for 20 contact catchment dams. And those catchment dams are going to be all situated in the gullies that are proposed not to be mined. Locke says that there are, no, not Locke, Organ says that there are areas under investigation to be avoided in technical document 591 plate 3. When you actually map those areas under investigation to be avoided, most of them might not be mined, but they're going to be flooded. The one that's not going to have impacts from flooding is Perry Gully, where they're going to dump the tailings. There's going to be 64 hectares drowned in the mine contact water dams, according to Calbar's map, and 26 hectares drowned in the freshwater dam. Most of that is native veg. Most of it hasn't been included in Calbar's calculations. This is taken from the desktop study of 2705 Bensdale-Dargo Road, our property. In the left-hand corner, you can see a purple, well, just about see a purple circle where Organ has identified from aerial photography 8 large trees. You can also see the yellow dotted line where he hasn't included any impact. Most of the non-yellow dotted line gets flooded. My aerial photo of the same area is a lot clearer. In that same region that he identified 8 trees, I managed to count over 20 from the aerial photo. There's a significant difference there. These are some more imagery of the native veg that will be lost just on our property. That's looking down Spring Valley. And there we can see another view. So there's flooding of the dams. There's all the associated construction with the dams because there are spillways, walls to be constructed. There's also the issue of traffic. In the mitigation register, it regards animal or fauna impact as minimal. The impact of vehicles running over giant burrowing frogs is significant, not minimal. There's not very many of them, and a vehicle's going to do a lot of damage. The rehabilitation of the so-called 200 hectares of grassy woodlands is robbing Peter to pay Paul. They're going to destroy a lot more native, high-value native vegetation than they're going to recreate. There's also no long-term strategy. The guidelines for offsets require that evidence that offsets have been acquired prior to clearing, especially given that a number of offsets may become unavailable in the future. Staging of offsets is an unacceptable risk. The head of IBM in Europe at one stage came up with a decision framework called the Cynefin framework. It's a Welsh word, impossible to spell, which has 4 quadrants. The first quadrant it's a decision-making framework. The first quadrant is called simple. It's where decisions are straightforward. If I turn the knob and pull, this door will open. Most people would agree. Decisions are easy, straightforward, and common sense. Second quadrant is complicated. That's where you have to have specialist knowledge to make the decision. I might not know what sized motor I need to pump X litres of water up X sized hill, but if I put 3 different hydrological engineers in the room, they'd be pretty close to being the same. So the specialists would all agree. The third quadrant is complex, and that's where you have differing views between specialists. COVID is a classic. All the governments have had the same data. All the specialists have given different advice, and as a result, we have a number of different strategies imposed. The danger is where simplistic thinking moves across those quadrants, because complex situations can't be resolved with simplistic thinking. There's a danger where specialists don't realise that they've moved from a complicated situation into a complex situation, where their spheres of knowledge are no longer valid. I would suggest that this scenario where we've got complicated groundwater, complicated climate, complex terrain, dispersive soils, we're very much in the complex area of decision making, and the simplistic solutions that the proponent has put forward just won't cut it. The proposed project is a highly complex and complicated operation. Calbar has proven it's incapable of even organising land access prior to bringing in their drilling contractors or providing adequate notice of intent to access. They do not have the management capability to operate a complex project. The consequences of them not managing would be disastrous. They've put forward a complex system reliant on pumping to transfer water around. In the event of long-term shutdown, care and maintenance, or unexpected shutdown, the system would not be safe. The proponent underestimated the water requirements of the project by 50%, has failed to comply with contracts with landholders, failed to successfully engage stakeholders in the community, made an error of $157 million in its reporting to ASIC. They've failed in their technical skills, communication skills, and financial management skills. They have not demonstrated the ability to manage a complex project. So some of the mitigation, I'll get there. One of the things we can't do is divorce the project from the proponent. The corporate risk aspects of it are as important as the technical risks. A highly complex project can be undertaken by major multinationals who have massive resources and a very, very clear will to fulfill the project no matter what, and have access to the world's best technical resources. The proponent doesn't. At Glenelladale, we're a community. The bus stop where our daughter went was at the end of the line. Nothing was ever discussed or communicated, but no child was ever left alone at that bus stop waiting for their parents to turn up. The other parents would invariably find some excuse just to wait around until the last child was picked up and was safe. I've been in the CFA, or am in the CFA, and I'm coming up for 25 years of active service there. The CFA is held together by the community. Community consultation has not been effective, with the vast majority of the community opposing the mine and distrusting the proponent. Those in opposition to the mine include people from all walks of life and localities. Locals, people throughout the state, interstate and international. Diverse education levels, a huge range of professions and varied backgrounds. All of these people have seriously considered the risks, issues and consequences and have said the project shouldn't go ahead. With the mitigation measures, some of them are nonsensical. Keep your windows closed. That's not a mitigation measure. They'll provide bottled water. How do you have a shower with bottled water? Some are totally unenforceable. The word practicable occurs 32 times just in the risk mitigation register. Anytime the word practicable occurs, it means that that is entirely at the discretion of the proponent. The dams to prevent mine, some of the mitigation measures aren't going to work. How can the mitigation register come up with consequences and likelihoods when they haven't undertaken dam failure modelling? There's no data for them to say what the consequence will be. It's just a made-up figure. I've mapped there the mine contact water dams, the edge of the mined area, and then I've put in red lines areas where the runoff from the mine will not end up in a mine contact water dam. The mine contact water dams will not stop mine contact water from ending up in our waterways. And I was with the IAC on Carey's Lane, where Chris Cook pointed out where the edge of the mined area was going to be, at that patch of bracken up on the hill. And everyone there looked at the patch of bracken, looked straight down at the river, looked back up at the patch of bracken, and looked back down at the river. There was no way of stopping that runoff going down, straight down into the river. Some of the mitigation measures rely on targets agreed between the landholder and CalBar. I've already talked about the discussion with the mines inspector where that's not enforceable. They're also full of weasel words and motherhood statements. May, could, might, if practicable. There's no commitment and they're not enforceable. Likewise, will research and further investigation. These are all signs the EES is not complete. These proposed investigations should have been performed in the 4 years leading up to the publication. What if further investigation finds there isn't a practicable method of stabilising the dispersive soils? It's too late then. Many of the mitigation measures rely on community and or stakeholder consultation. There have been many words written about the consultation process, how it will be undertaken. There have been many versions of the community consultation plan. There's only been one public meeting in the last 18 months and the office has remained closed. ERR has a very thick file of complaints about community consultation. The IAC has heard from many sensitive receptors. Sensitive receptors aren't sensitive receptors, they're people, they're families, they count. Don't dismiss them by giving them a nice bland name. But many of these people have not heard from the proponent. CalBar's approach to community consultation started badly, where those who attended the public meeting at Mossy Face were told nothing at Glenelladale but some sheep, a few burnt trees and a couple of lettuce growers. Our first encounter was a phone call from Rob Bishop, the then CEO, where he said, we've got the mining rigs in the area. We want to start on your place at 9 o'clock in the morning. Is that okay? That was a deliberate attempt to breach the MRSDA. The MRSDA specifies 7 days notice and an informed access agreement in place. Carolyn Belint informed us that she was a stakeholder engagement person. Could I come into Bensdale tomorrow morning for a meeting with her? The expectation is that we will drop all our business activities and rush in to do CalBar's bidding. In marketing, when I was studying marketing, we learned about the 4 Ps: price, place, product, and position. CalBar obviously hasn't heard about the 7 Ps. That's piss poor performance. Prior planning prevents piss poor performance. There's a definite lack of preparation, lack of respect for landholders, stakeholders, and community. There've even been documented instances of trespass. These are all indicators of CalBar's performance. And that's the no failure modelling on the dams. Some of the damage. Okay. So some of our correspondence with CalBar has been rather interesting. We received an email, a letter on the 1st of May asking for access on the 3rd of May. Clearly insufficient notice. We received another email, a letter from CalBar in which they stated the drilling density has been deemed adequate for a mining reserve to be declared in November 2017. They were asking for access for exploration. We got the letter on the letter was dated the 29th of January. If we didn't respond before the 19th of February, 3 weeks later, they were going to take it to VCAT. On the 7th of February, only 1 week into that 3-week period, we had a phone call from the mining warden saying that Kalbar had initiated a dispute. Kalbar had not even honoured its own timeframe. This is negotiation. During the documentation, we were told that they were going to use a Land Cruiser mounted drill rig. You've seen plenty of images of the bogged drill rig. And that's just an email from the mining warden confirming that we had to provide the mining warden with a copy of the letter about the time frame. During the course of the project, my mother died. The property's in being resolved. But Kalbar Resources made the following unsolicited, unconditional and non-binding offer to purchase the land. For an unconditional offer, it then proceeded to have 11 conditions. Following on from that, when we failed to accept that unconditional offer, we were threatened with VCAT if we failed to sell the property. This was on the basis that negotiations under the MRSDA had broken down. The MRSDA only applies to compensation negotiation. The letter you see in front threatening us with VCAT was the first time the word compensation had been mentioned. I'll go back to the imagery that's out of sequence of the damage back in October, November last year. So Kalbar were allowed exploration access, and one of the conditions was that they repair any damage. The site, that particular site was their first entry onto the property. Given that we were told that when they were digging it out, it was more like bucketing out soup rather than digging dirt. They left for a week. They came back the following week, insisting that the property was dry enough, even though we advised them that it wasn't. And there were a further 14 sites damaged. Now, I think, here we go. So that's just one of them. So this is adaptive management at work. They ran into a situation, they adapted their management, and they continued to damage the country another 14 times. Adaptive management is not enforceable. Even where their truck went, and it was a 20-ton drill rig, not a Land Cruiser, you can see the damage it did to the pasture. I have to slow down whenever I cross those tracks now because there are permanent dents in the ground. So 2 months after, this is a couple of those damaged sites, very much not recovered. Back in February this year, even just where the drill rig went, it still hasn't recovered. I've got that photo there to show the difference. It's actually the same location. You can see in the left-hand photo, there's a yellow cup in the tracks, about a third of the way up. I shifted that cup about a foot off the tracks into the grass, just to show you that the grass is so tall and so dense where the truck didn't go that that cup is totally invisible. It's the only way of showing the density of the pasture. If we come back to more recent times, again, this is two of the sites that were bogged. The one on the left was the original bog site. The one was the following week. They're still not repaired or fixed. We still have not been paid for the damage. We anticipate, there's a phrase that if something impossible is going to happen, it's when hell freezes over. In our experience, it's when Kalbar does the right thing. We anticipate the payment of the nearly $27,000 damage that they've caused when hell freezes over. So we've made Kalbar doing the right thing a precondition on any further discussions. We don't know what Kalbar has said about the status of discussions with us. We don't get to see that document. We can't verify what they've said. At this stage, our solicitor has been told there are no discussions until Kalbar does the right thing and pays the money. No doubt Kalbar will come up with something. We would like pre-book a right of reply to anything they come up with. In our experience, Kalbar's corporate culture, consultation means threaten. Contracts apply to other people and compliance limits are there to be pushed. They've written to us after being told by our lawyer that all communication, written directly to us after being told by our lawyer that all communication was to be through the lawyer. And we've had phone calls from their CEO when they've been instructed by our lawyer that all communication was to be in writing. In conclusion, as an engineer, I'm appalled at the poor quality of the documentation, lack of data, and lack of rigour. Kalbar have invited you to think about a really nice, rosy, rehabilitated landscape. I invite you to consider the landscape 10 years after closure. We'll have 200 hectares of African lovegrass and manuka rather than grassy woodland because there'll be no money for maintenance. Soil level dropping across the entire project area from erosion and the area looking like the barren and degraded landscape described in the EES, not the landscape that you see today. The river totally turbid, like that creek that I showed you the photo of. Vast tonnages of sediment being dumped in the Gippsland Lakes. The Gippsland Lakes are very close to an ecological tipping point. If it becomes turbid, it could go over that tipping point, leading to the ruination of the tourism industry, tourism and recreational fishing industry. The cost of vegetables skyrocketing as the Lindenow Flats horticultural industry collapses. Class actions against the government as drinking water becomes contaminated for 27,000 households. Total loss of the local community, permanent loss of endangered and vulnerable habitat, and loss of rare and vulnerable flora and fauna. Kalbar painted their fairy tale based on cherry-picked data, leaving out embarrassing details like the impacts on shallow aquifers, and ignoring the complexity and interrelationships of ecology and landscape. Our picture is a realistic one based on our and other locals' knowledge of the area and how the landscape reacts when it's disturbed. The proposal and its proponents are unacceptable for the myriad reasons outlined, not just by us, but by many, many other people. There are too many unacceptable, inherent and foreseeable risks. The displayed EES is a flawed and not fit for purpose document, and the numerous attempts to rectify its inadequacy on the fly during the hearing further demonstrate the issues and the lack of care. Most of those issues have been raised at public meetings and not addressed. This mine proposal should be refused outright. There are simply no mitigations that can resolve all the negative outcomes. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Coleman. Just looking to members for questions. Anything? Mr. Ginneman?
Just a very short question. The tree species, the marker tree that was in the video, what was the species of that?
That was actually a forest red box.
Forest red box, okay.
Yep. They're a very slow growing species. So a diameter of 1.27 metres is huge. It would be hundreds and hundreds of years old.
Just in relation to the tunnel erosion, we understand your property was the one where Dell led that project to try to fix it, if that's the right expression.
We were one of many properties. Delp undertook a trial first, and then the project itself was staged over a number of years.
Could you perhaps just briefly outline what they actually did in that trial and over what sort of time frame?
The mitigation measures that they undertook, they ripped in areas with shallower tunnel erosion. They used a D8 bulldozer with a pair of 1.5 metre rippers to rip at approximately half-metre intervals roughly on the contour to collapse the tunnels and to basically change the water, to washboard the non-permeable layer underneath the tunnel. And that was also to change the water flow patterns. They applied, I believe it was 4 tonne of gypsum to the hectare. That wasn't in an ideal world, that would have been applied prior to ripping. But because of the presence of the tunnels, we advised the fertiliser truck that we weren't in a position to actually extricate them from the tunnels. In the larger tunnels, what they did was they used a 20-tonne excavator to excavate out the entire tunnel, chase it up the hill. We thought we had the record at 5 metres depth for a tunnel that was chased out, and then those tunnels were backfilled, and then they were included in the ripping program. One of our neighbours, they actually found that there was one level of tunnel erosion leading to a secondary level of tunnel erosion with subterranean waterfalls. They had to go down well over 6 metres on that occasion to get to the bottom of the tunnels. The backfill was then treated with gypsum. The excavation was filled, and then the entire region was again ripped.
And that's, you showed in some of your slides, that's in some areas at least is failing or has failed?
Correct.
Yeah. And how long ago was that process?
The project was undertaken in the early 2000s, 2002, Susan tells me, but it was over about 3 or 4 years. So we're looking at a long time frame. The problem was still there, but a long time frame before it becomes visible.
Okay, thank you. You've got a question, Dr. Gibbs?
Thanks very much. I just had a query about the viewpoint on the 360 video that you described as being within 200 metres of the project area. So just to clarify, is that 200 metres within the project area or outside that would have a view onto the project?
The viewpoint was 200 metres to the north of the project area, just at a point where there's a kink in the project area. So looking due east from that point does look directly out over the project area, but it's not specifically within. It was being used to show the suitability of the site as an Aboriginal campsite, because they could camp there, send the young bucks up to look around for other campfires. They were near water, near game, perfect area, and near the marker tree.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Coleman, for coming in to make the submissions. And I know that we'll get the written ones in due course. So thank you very much.
Thank you for listening.
The YouTube, the 360 video, that'll be up there on YouTube for Oh, wow.
That is up on YouTube. That will
Yep.
remain there, so all parties have access to it.
Excellent.
It is best experienced in a VR headset, but this was the best we could do.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in.
Our pleasure.
Afternoon. Welcome. We'll get Tom to show you where to sit. Welcome. Feel free to remove your masks if you need to when you're speaking.
Thank you.
And I know you're some members of the Woodward clan. If you could introduce yourselves. Thank you.
Sure. My name's Chris Woodward, and this is my father, Jeff. Unfortunately, obviously, because of COVID, my other two uncles can't be here. It was a hard decision, but I picked the old man, so hopefully he's happy with that. Yeah, look, just a couple of things before I start. I just wanted to apologise. I haven't put any page numbers on my submission. I could write a book about how hard it was to actually get this printed off in the last couple of days, but yeah, I just wanted to apologise for that. And the 15-minute thing, I'm going to do my best. It's going to be a little bit rushed. I noticed that Coleman's last submission was nice and chilled. Mine's probably going to be a little bit quicker. But in saying that, if you guys are ready, I'll kick it off.
Please, yeah.
Okay, so we'd like to start this hearing by paying our respects to the Kurnai people, to the elders past, present and emerging. We'd like to let all those present and emerging who have gone on the record as opposing this mine, that we stand with them. Just as the people of the Murray-Darling stood with their traditional landowners, we stand with ours. And to quote our First Nations people, when country is happy, our spirits are happy. Not only would the Mitchell River benefit from the withdrawal of Calbar's operation, but separately the reduction of Southern Rural Water's allocation of water to big irrigators. Whilst we realise this is out of the realm of an IAC scrutiny, it is certainly worth flagging in the context of our submission. As aforementioned in our previous submission, Calbar reducing the Mitchell River's freshwater flow during critical dilution flow periods and removing 3 to 4 gigalitres of water per annum will hinder the river's salinity flushing process, extend highly fragile salinisation periods and increase prolonged, already high downstream salinity timeframes. In 2007, the Howard government created one of our greatest achievements towards legislating water in our nation, the 2007 Water Act. Throughout this act, it lay a clear caveat toward its scheme: take only what you need. The ultimate quantitative control imposed by the Water Act is the SDL, the Sustainable Diversion Limit, which is intended to cap the volume of water taken for consumptive use, such as irrigation, agriculture and mining. Environmentally sustainable level of take of water resource means a level at which water can be taken from the Mitchell, and if exceeded would compromise the following: key environmental assets for the water resource like sandy points, key ecosystem functions for the water resources like black bream and platypus, the productive base of water resource, and key environmental outcomes of the water resource, like flushing of salinity. We would say, from observing as many of these IAC YouTube videos as I could and we could in the last few weeks, that most of these points could be argued as compromised. An opening level of concern here is CalBAR's negligent interpretation of climate data. An environmentally sustainable level of take cannot be sustainable if it is not accurate. Much like its decision to make last-minute changes to claw back water through centre refuges, CalBAR's attempt to amend technical note to amend this in technical note 37. However, its entire modelling system is still based on climate projections that only start at the end of the CSIRO and DWELP's projected 2030 or 2040 periods, but do not include any climate impact prior to 2030 or 2040. The entire model assumes CSIRO data change has no change over the period prior, 2016 to 2037. Through CalBAR's report, they quote, operational phase of the project will extend approximately 15 years. Both DWELP and CSIRO agree the following changes in climate are expected by the end of this period, unquote. CalBAR referenced both DWELP and CSIRO data in their submissions, but do not identify which of these data have been leveraged within their model. We feel their submission understates the impact of climate change is already having on the river. If the effects of climate change are even slightly more pronounced than predicted by CalBAR's model, the river and ecosystems that depend on it could face irreparable damage. To further support this, CalBAR's environmental engineer, Jared Mueller, says, due to the relatively short duration of the project, about 15 years, climate change was considered only in the context of a 15-year layout at the end of mining, roughly aligning with 2040 projections. We strongly disagree. Climate change should not only be considered for the 25-year period of mining, it should be considered from the very start of the project's greenfield's inception. Let's give their statement a chance though. Hypothetically, assuming CalBAR's proposal is granted and at best civil works begin early next year, assuming there are zero COVID delays, the project gets classed as an essential service if future lockdowns occur, and a local workforce is sourced as promised, or within a 6-month window, then this perfectly on time 2037 has a 2037 end date. Are we really to believe the CSIRO projection data is accurately represented by CalBAR? That CalBAR's modelling is accurate for not including any warming, declining rainfall, etc., because of their modelling understatement. There's 2 mistakes there that I've pointed out, which if you guys get time, you can go back through, but I'm not going to have time to read. There's some graphs here that I'd just like to bring up quickly. There they are there. For the record, CSIRO's 2018 and 2020 State of the Climate report does not stop its projections, as shown in their RCP 8.5 graph. Temperature anomalies continue to climb from 2020 to 2030 on the edge of the graph, and for the same graph underneath. This leads us to our first series of questions. Exactly which data are being used to determine the baselines for the climate change indicators in the EMM model? Do they accurately factor in full climate change impact through to 2037 and beyond? Is it fair to eliminate climate modelling before the land's post-mining rehabilitation has occurred? If CalBAR have only considered climate change at the end of mining's 15-year period, then does this not require a completely new set of climate data points to recalibrate EMM's model? Is it suffice to say if the river cannot provide, then the ground will? What happens if both scenarios are unavailable? How long can the mine remain stagnant? Have any of these computer models like GoldSim been associated or linked with failed river modelling, such as the Murray-Darling? What percentage of overall modelling versus actual measurements were undergone? Another requirement of the Water Act is the amount of water that needs to be set for the environment must be based on the best available scientific knowledge. CalBAR's climate exclusions were not based on the most up-to-date scientific knowledge or arguably the best. EMM's report listed 20 references. Considering this report was compiled in April 2020, it must be reasonable to assume up-to-date science would include the CSIRO's State of the Climate reports from 2018 or 2020. Whether the IAC recognises CalBAR having disregarded its obligation to ecological sustainable development by perhaps cherry-picking climate data, or that SRW may face unnecessary pressure in the future to provide this water, it must be noted both scenarios place the river at risk. Additionally, their modelling is not accurate, as its end date cannot be taken at face value. CalBAR omit vast target criteria such as climate change, stochastic data generation, as recommended in the DWELP 2020 guidelines, market conditions, shareholder convictions if delayed, viral pandemics and IR challenges. An end date of 2037 for me is hard to fathom, whether it's the Westgate Tunnel project in Benalla, Gorgon Barrow Island gas plant, Itchy's, Adani, Worsley alumina expansion. I think you get the point. However, again, this committee did provide EMM with the chance to correct some of these omissions, but we believe they failed. It did, however, lead us into our next point of salinity. Direct observations, anecdotal farm evidence, state, local organisational data, citizen science programs and historical evidence strongly support freshwater flushes at any time of year as keeping primary and secondary salinity at bay. In the case of the Mitchell River's multi-million-dollar downstream enterprises, we estimate the critical importance and effectiveness of dilution flows to extend well past the last 50 to 100 years. Under CalBar's proposal to detract surface water, approximately 4.5 gig will be required on construction startup and 3 gig thereafter for a 15 to 20-year operational period. In comparison, 4.5 gigalitres makes up 67% of what regional irrigators already remove, dwarfing local town water reservoirs well over triple the size of EGW's Mitchell Storage Reservoir, thus abetting an already stretched annual extraction of fresh water volume. There's some more graphs there if you guys get time to look through. It is well known the Mitchell River rock barrier. This is an important part too. It is well known that the Mitchell River rock barrier below Calvert Street, Bensdale, acts as a preventative measure for salinity upstream, established decades ago by John Monash as a tool for town water security and salinity protection. The downstream Mitchell River pathway running through the world famous Silk Jetty suffers the worst salinisation of the entire system. The ECGMA define river flushes as the first seasonal flush of water through the waterway. These seasonal flushes, along with post-saline flushing months, are exactly what the CalBar project will alter. I've also got some quotes which I'm just going to skip through in case I'm running out of time, from Southern Rural Water, Victorian Fisheries Authority, EGCMA on their take on salinity. But rivers around our nation all share similar stories. The impacts of older dilution flows are of utmost importance to the salinity river systems. Examples such as that of the regional valley systems in WA are in such advanced states of salinisation that no form of control is likely to ever see a return to farming enterprises. Any attempt to further reduce the Mitchell's flushing capacity will be catastrophic for already stretched saline periods. We are not alone. CalBar's own peer review states the following. It is understood that up to 3 gigalitres a year of surface water may be extracted for 15 years from the Mitchell. 2 potential offtake locations are provided in the project's description. However, unlike the groundwater extraction scenario, no assessment and/or modelling of impacts has been undertaken. The impact assessment by Copy 2019 does not include any assessments of the local impacts from extraction within the Mitchell River, and therefore has not met a number of scoping requirements. This level of assessment is considered relevant for the EES, irrespective of whether an allocation could be obtained. So it is apparent through local knowledge, CalBar peer review and government opinion, fresh water dilution flow is the single most important factor in eliminating river salinity. In light of this, water extraction for this project scope will have significant impact on downstream dilution flows and salinity, ultimately affecting water supply, agriculture, such as dad's cows, irrigation affecting vegetables, stock watering, industrial and commercial use water supplies, and water-based recreation. CalBar's surface water extraction places the Mitchell River dilution flows into a losing battle. I am going to quickly talk about these graphs because I'm quite proud of them. We took some data from the water.gov.au website, I believe it was, or something along those lines. I have it cited, where we laid salinity levels versus water levels over the top of each other to show a direct correlation in the Mitchell River between, as you can see in the graph 1, when water blue is at a reasonable level, salinity red is kept at bay. When water drops below average level, salinity spikes. Yellow highlighted months across the bottom axis show a pattern in dates for the river's saltiest months, almost always December to March. Water extracted leading up to saline periods are equally as important as water taken and after saline periods. How am I going for time? Anyone?
You got till 2:50, so about just under 10 minutes.
Yeah. Sorry. As CalBar have pointed out in their own report and in line with our argument, their proponent scrutineers say only the historical climate and river flow data have been investigated. It is likely that future climate and river flow will not replicate past climate and river flow. And as such, the investigation only gives an indication of reliability statistics. Again, let us refer back to the DWELP 2020 water availability guidelines, which you guys recommended they revisit. And to me, this is clearly where stochastic modelling would become a great tool. Adding to these caveats, we make the following points. Historical data consolidated over the past 100 years by water measurement information systems and monitored by DWELP provides only 19 sample stations for the entire Mitchell Basin. Of those 19, only 6 show salinity measurements and 0 apply to any downstream sections of the river. Of all current operational sample stations, only 1 is downstream. It does not measure salinity. Interestingly, the 4 readings that were taken in 2003 from the only downstream station all show measurements of salinity climbing towards problem areas. Throughout Calabar's ESS, the diplomatic duty of care and fairness towards accurate reporting seems to be superficial, including but not limited to government reports taken out of context. With respect to this is what they say, with respect to water availability, the East Gippsland Waters Urban Strategy says, bulk entitlement annual volumes and maximum extraction rates are all adequate to meet project system demands to at least 2065, with spare capacity to meet unexpected growth. This submission, our submission, is extremely confident East Gippsland Water did not calculate unexpected growth as a take and use water scenario of 4.5 or 3 gigalitres a year. Calabar's statement is then followed by an EGW graph, which we have amended to include the mine's annual fresh water take, added to the East Gippsland's annual share. As you can see, if Calabar's startup was initiated in 2012 or 2013, as per EGW citations, their extractions would hypothetically place East Gippsland Water's headroom for capacity over and close to limits. Throughout Calabar's report, it highlights potential extraction hazards, including but not limited to potential reduced flows to Mitchell River following surface water extraction, which may lead to localised impacts to aquatic values along the river, alteration to the natural flow regimes of rivers and streams. Chapter 9 of the Environmental Socio-Economic Impact also states, extraction of surface water from the Mitchell River could lower the water levels in the river, in turn reducing seasonal recharge to the associated alluvial aquifer. To be fair, in context, some go on to say the effects will not be measurable. However, none have taken into account downstream salinity, fragility, nor have they used the best available scientific knowledge. This is a real issue in downstream section of the river. Calabar don't factor in the risks, which many departments can also at times overlook. But put simply, if it wasn't overlooked, we'd have a functional, up and running, locked timeframe water station downstream that captures salinity, and we don't. Yet, as I stand here, yeah, we've got nothing downstream of the barrier that measures salinity. So as with any type of science, when the data is lacking, you must make your way down the pyramid of methodologies. To use a public health analogy, from a double-blind placebo to a metadata analysis. Or in this case, we shift from water station data to anecdotal evidence. And the anecdotal evidence is not pretty. I've left some graphs up here. These are water measurements taken by citizen scientists from Waterwatch. You can have a look for yourself if you get a chance. There's quite a few of them there. But of the 11 samples that were taken between 1999 and 2004, only 1 delivered a measurement that was drinkable. And we class drinkable in terms of salinity. The research that I've undergone is between 800 and 1,500 microsiemens. The 4 most saline samples that were taken were between the problem months of December and March. These again measured in electrical conductivity. The EPA also did a report in 2002 measuring salinity through the East Gippsland area and the Wyandotte Road Creek water, which was the one closest to the Mitchell, was the saltiest. These problems cannot be amended once in play. They must be struck out before they occur. Reducing flows and altering flow regimes is not a standard we should walk past, nor is it a standard we should accept. Writing this submission, doing this research, we have counted vast arrays of problems regarding fresh water. Towns relying on 30 to 60-year-old underground aquifers, nationwide salinity issues, water accountancy corruption, river mismanagement, water theft, water commodification, and ever-increasing sense of community concern. Australia's water storage is 25% less than it was 25 years ago and climbing. I'm sure you guys already know all this. In closing, we'd like to acknowledge the people of the Murray-Darling Basin. I had a lot to do with them in terms of how things started up there, made a lot of contact with them and met a lot of interesting people in my research, including the culturally associated First Nations people from whom over 2 trillion litres of water has vanished. They are some of the most extremely resilient, courageous and caring people fighting for rejuvenated ecology we've come across. Although its river system and ours are separated by thousands of kilometres of land, we share their pain and anguish in recognising the need for greater transparency around water accountancy and the ecocide all river systems face. We'd like to acknowledge river people in general as well. Finally, a comparison between a farmer's thoughts and an anthropologist's. To quote Wade Davies, "In 3 generations, a moment in time, we have contaminated the water, air and soil, driven countless species to extinction, dammed the rivers, poisoned the rain, torn down ancient forests and ripped holes in the heavens. As Harvard biologist E.O. Wilson reminds us, this century will be remembered not for its wars or technological advances, but rather as the era in which men and women stood by and either passively endorsed or actively supported the massive destruction of biological diversity on the planet." To quote my late pop, Dave Woodward, "When the farm's going all right, everybody's going all right." Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Woodward, both the Mr. Woodwards. Just in terms of your relationship to the area, you've mentioned a farming operation, so you farm the family farms in the area?
That's correct. I should give Dad a chance to have a chat, but the family has 370 acres of predominantly beef, cattle, enterprise running in that area. With the neighbouring farm being a dairy farm, the Chillers, we have Baldwin's over the river with his apple enterprise and all the way down to the silk jetties.
Thank you. And do you have water rights at the moment for stock water or anything?
No, we don't. We don't have any. I believe, as far as I know, Dad switched to Lucent. I could probably be turning in his grave if he knew, but they're not using any water from the river, are you, Dad?
No, we're not. Hello, everybody. We don't have water rights, but we have in the past used from the river. My father, his father before him, the Woodwards all down that valley that this has been passed on to. We had heavy cropping going on in beans, peas, corn, maize, etc., that we used to irrigate, pick up 6-metre pipes, move them by hand, pumps off the backs of tractors, all out of the river when it was up and running, which it is now. But all I can say perhaps about my defence of the river is that as children we used to run down there from the age of 10, jump in the river. Always, in my memory, it was salty on the bottom because we used to dive in and see if we could push off from the bottom of the river across to the other side in one breath. But that river is always salty, so we need to be careful on the usage of it. Over the years, I've just seen a decline in it, and I can see a lot of traffic and a lot of usage out of that once famous river. It's got all the beauty in the world. It's had fish. Its beautification is unbelievable. I would not like to see that deteriorate. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Woodward. Thanks to both of you for coming in, just checking with my members. No, thank you very much for coming in for the submission today.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you. Afternoon, Mr. Alexander. Thank you for coming in. Your parents were in a couple of weeks ago, and we remember a couple of months ago now being taken around the farm. So thank you very much for coming in today.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your time. I'd just like to start off with an acknowledgement. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet here today, the Gunai Kurnai people, and pay my respect to their elders past, present and emerging. I recognise their deep spiritual, emotional and physical connection to the land, water and sky. My appreciation goes to the chair and panel for allowing me to speak to my submission and the important work that you're all doing. For my presentation, I won't hold up too much time, but I'll just focus on a few key points from my submission, and I'll also highlight a few additional matters that have happened during the hearing that I feel is relevant to the IAC's task to making the recommendations and advice to the Minister. So I'll just start off by introducing myself. I'm John Alexander. My family run business is a specialised grass-fed beef and prime lamb agricultural enterprise of around 2,200 acres. The business, along with two family homes known in the EES as Receptors 28 and R29, will be in very close proximity to the mine if approved. There's a quick photo there on that first slide just of our irrigated grass-fed beef. We'll just go to the next slide. And I've just brought a quick map up for you to have a look at, just so you've got a bit of an idea of our property in proximity to the proposed mine. The map that's highlighting, the yellow line around on the map highlights our boundary, and also the blue areas inside the yellow line is our irrigation. And if you do want to ask any questions throughout this, please stop me. So one of the things I just wanted to make note was during the hearing, Kalbar have made an application to alter and extend their mining licence boundary, which will now include a section of our farm. There has been no consultation with us regarding this change of boundary. The top photo that I've got in this slide, it does show a licence retention sign, and that is against our fence, our boundary line of our farm. And below is the application with the extension. And on the bottom map, on the white photo, the line does go actually over a part of our land on our farm. This is a cause for great concern to my family and employees' health. We regularly have our children working alongside, and you can see in that top photo, there will be no buffer. And so we're quite concerned of the impacts of their health going forward.
Can I just ask, so the extension covers that area sort of near the Bonacord Dam, is that right?
So the extension, from what I can gather, that sign, what were you asking there, sorry?
Sorry, the extension, the bit of the extension that now appears to cover your property. That's along the main road, just north of the Bonacord Dam. Would that be right? In that sort of area?
Yeah, so it's on the western side of the Bonacord Dam. So that white sign on the top photo is the retention licence.
Yep.
And then it does cut across from that in a northwestern angle, and it goes from that point across into our paddocks.
Yep. Thank you.
As you can imagine, that's an irrigated paddock, so we're putting quite a lot of infrastructure into that part of our farm. And for us, with that uncertainty now of having the change in licence, we're just not sure whether or not we should continue to put our expend more money on that part of our property. Just to sort of highlight the proximity of the new licence proposal, it is now 400 metres closer to our house than what was documented in the EES. It is now only 720 metres from receptor 29, and that's my family home. Also, I wanted to highlight that we have only one water source, which is for our drinking supply for our house. It's either from rainwater, and also we do drink river water. So we're quite concerned that contaminants with the proximity of our house to the mine, that we won't have a source of drinking water in the future. So for our food producing business, we are 100% grass-fed beef and lamb, and we feel that the risks of contamination from the mine site is too great. We are accredited to supply produce. We are accredited to supply produce for both the domestic and international market, and we feel that that is now at risk. We are currently European Union accredited beef suppliers, and this accreditation requires us to adhere to very strict guidelines around heavy metal contamination. The National Residue Survey, NRS, is delivered by the Department of Agriculture, Water and Environment and monitor residues in animal products. The NRS routinely tests sheep and beef meat for heavy metal contamination to ensure participating industries satisfy Australian export certification and importing country requirements. Livestock ingest dust and heavy metals from grazing pasture, crops, and from ingesting of soil. One heavy metal such as cadmium, which is identified in the EES as being in the dust, is routinely tested by the NRS in the liver and kidney of sheep and beef. The risk of, or perceived risk, of food produced next to the mine could have elevated levels of heavy metals, and this potentially impacting the viability and value of our business. And the perception of our clean green produce is at risk as well. During the EES Agricultural Impact Report, I question to you why our business was not approached for input into the report, considering we are right next door to the project area. The Victorian Farmers Federation, in their submission, I'd just like to support that of their recommendation that further investigation are required to understand the consequence and allow further preparation of binding agreements with all farmers who may be impacted by the mine if it goes ahead. This proposed mine is operating far too close to our home and business, along with many other neighbouring families. I feel that this is an unacceptable risk for my young family living in such close proximity to this mine. This is a risk that our family should not be expected to be exposed to. I fear the elevated dust noise will create an unlivable environment, even with additional mitigation in place. This will force us to leave the area. I strongly oppose this mine due to the extremely concerning health risks to the local community, the serious agricultural and environmental consequences, and the negative economic impact it will have on existing businesses within the region. The EES leaves too many unanswered questions, with many changes occurring just prior and during the hearing. I hope the chair and the panel reflect on what I've said in this presentation, and when they prepare their report for the minister, I hope that you recommend that this mine is in an unsuitable location and should not proceed. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Alexander. Any questions? No. Thank you very much for that. And just to note from your submission, your parents, and also our visit, we have a very good understanding of where your properties are in relation to the project. So we understand the concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're now going to take a short break. We'll return at, let's make it 3:20 p.m. Thank you. Just a couple of minutes late, 3:20 p.m. Today, we have, oh, that always freaks me out, that lady. We have your original submission. When you're ready, thank you, if you'd like to talk to us today.
Yep, no worries, thanks. I'll just start a bit about myself. My name's Tim Osler. I'm 40 years old. I've been living in Paynesville on the canals there for about the last 5 years. I've got two boys, 11 and 9, that I get most weekends and school holidays. I moved to Paynesville. I was overseas, living overseas, and then in the Wellington Shire and Perth before that, and picked Paynesville because I love it by the water there, and it's a fantastic spot. So, a beautiful area. While I've been living in Paynesville, I've been a FIFO worker around Australia, mainly in Western Australia. A few different roles, operations and construction and commissioning, things like that. As a mechanical fitter and supervisor, which was all great until COVID hit last year, which has impacted the work opportunities for not only myself, but a lot of friends as well that are in the mining and offshore industries I was in. Most of our work in Western Australia, Queensland, and the Territory, which seems to be the bigger FIFO areas. And they've had to move away from the area, which has had a big impact on social lives and family life and the likes. A lot of companies have just come and said, you've got to move to Western Australia or wherever it might be, and within weeks' notices. So there are many friends of mine that have had to move away from the East Gippsland and Wellington Shires and Latrobe that want to come home, but haven't got the opportunities in the area that are available for them to relocate back. So all these people I've talked to, they're skilled labourers and small business-minded, hardworking people, and all for a mine to start to have the opportunity to come back and, either work there themselves or their family or friends. The main reason I wanted to talk today was to express my thought on the employment opportunities that come from a large project like the Calabar Mineral Sands Mine. For many others in a situation like myself, where we love the area, but the opportunities for work and in the fields that we kind of specialise in are limited or really non-existent. Mineral sands mine is a great opportunity to keep skilled labourers and the likes living here with their families and keeping local and spending their money here. So the careers and training opportunities that will be offered directly and indirectly from Calabar, I believe, will be a big boost for trades like myself and putting on trainees and apprentices and skilled labour in East Gippsland especially. There's been a lot of mention about the environmental impacts and changes to the area. For the likes of myself, who's worked in heavy industry and oil and gas and seen the regulation, monitoring and safety environmental cases that are put in place, like the EPA and NOPSEMA, who are governed by offshore, we know that things are heavily controlled and watched very carefully, a hell of a lot more than what small industries do, private enterprises that I've seen in the past. Some of the information I've seen on social media, it just seems ridiculous and seems to be extreme and more of a personal feeling. Some of it seems angry on social media, especially things like Facebook. Well, it's only a small group of people. I've talked to a lot of friends and relatives, and a lot more recently where it's becoming more of a topic, and the majority of people I know of that they're in favour of the mine going ahead as they see the benefits of it in the area, not only in East Gippsland, but the whole of Eastern Victoria. So for young people and small businesses and contractors and vendors and that like myself. And so, yeah, but yeah, that's mainly the kind of point I wanted to get across.
Thanks, Mr. Osler. What sort of work, I guess, do you do specifically, and what do you think you might be able to do if the mine went ahead?
Yeah, I'm mechanical based, so I'm trade mechanical fitter. Different ranges of air conditioning, construction and stuff like that. But last 7 years I've done more operations. So, you know, opportunities that come up, I think could come up through Kelbar and that, like for myself and a lot of friends, it's that trade type or operations type roles. So.
And you said I was just looking at your original submission, you worked in WA. Have you worked in mineral sands, or is it more up the northwest?
More oil and gas, power generation as well, only nitrate, but yeah, just all heavy industry stuff. Yeah.
And to us, sorry, my mic's gone again. In terms of current opportunities for those sorts of skills in the area, what's your views on what's around here at the moment?
In East Gippsland itself, there's not a lot, not heavy industry wise, all that rotated shift. I mean, you have Bass Strait and that, which is close by, just replenishing. But as far as that heavy industry, there's not really much here in the way of shift in that. It's lower paying. Not a majority of jobs are very lower paying here.
When you talk about the majority of jobs are lower paying, are you talking about a particular category of job, or just the work that's available? Or?
As per that same trade, yeah. Let's say if I applied for a finished job here, you'd be lucky to get $32, $35 an hour. In heavy industry, you'd be more 50, 60, 70, 80.
Thank you. Just turning to my members, questions? No. Thanks very much for coming in, Mr. Osler, and giving us your view. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Scott, welcome. It's a bit more gentler, I hope.
Yeah, that's it.
When you're get yourself settled, and then when you're ready, we're here to hear your submission.
Just trying to count up how many. Yeah. Okay.
So just for your info, we're the IAC, obviously. We have East Gippsland Shire, MFG, and Calbar, the proponent.
Right.
Please, when you're ready.
Do you mind if I take this up while I talk?
No, that's quite fine. Thank you.
Well, you had my original submission, and I don't necessarily want. I want to speak to those main points, which are pretty obvious. But so, look, I firstly thank you for the opportunity to address you. I probably should be a bit flippant and say that your last words with Andrew helps, whether you had both been brought up on rabbits. I would make the in-depth comment to you that I put myself through the last years of engineering, mechanical engineering, by being a professional rabbit catcher. So we're on the same wavelength. No, I had a bush upbringing. I quite frankly, I'm confused as to why we've even got this process. And I put it down to the lack of commercial experience in the technical reference group initially, or was it the influence of a Treasury bean counter saying, you know, well, look at the revenue we can get off this in the short term without looking at the long term. Fragmented thinking, and fragmentation is a weapon. It's a great manipulative tool, and it worries me. But the EES notes that the development has the potential to impact on the environment, the communities, and the economy. I would suggest this project does all of that, and that the EES has a central role in getting that balance right. And I bleed for you with the task that you have. When you put your hand up for this job, you didn't know you're going to get 900 submissions. But I would like at this stage to compliment your support team. I think they've done a marvellous job. It's almost like a slalom event, like there's been that many moves, that many changes. So the EES process was the subject of an Auditor General's report in March 2017, which wasn't very glowing. But look, I would like to touch on the process which has worried me. In fact, I worry about the whole process. I've had a couple of occasions to be involved. This is what I sent to you, and it wasn't flippant. It was when, I've got to get his name straight now, McClellan was the planning minister, and Australian Paper Plantations put in an application to a group of shires in Gippsland to harvest about 2,000 hectares of forest that they had on land they owned, but they'd left behind. The old foresters had left it behind because it was either too steep, it was dispersive soils, or it was wet forest in gullies with slender ferns and whatever. The old foresters had a sensitivity to these sort of things, but the new someone in the office saw all these patches and said we should go and harvest these. And the minister appointed a very talented panel that we had a lot of respect for. They went into the bush and they looked at the steep slopes, they looked at the dispersive, the tunnel erosion that was taking place, even in vegetated areas. Ultimately, they made the recommendation to the minister that this 2,000 hectares should be retired. The minister called the process in, I think that's the terminology, and sat on it for 3 months and came out and said, go forth and clear the lot. And all hell broke loose in West Gippsland. I was the general manager of Lake Wellington Rivers at the time, and I put in the submission. I was mainly concerned about dispersive soils and tunnel erosion in this steep country. It was going to put a lot of crap down into my river system. I don't know what triggered me, but I spoke to the general manager of Australian Paper Plantation, and over about a week, we developed an 8-point plan, which would, using Biosis Research as an independent umpire, we reassessed all the properties involved. I chaired meetings between the Friends of the Stress Lickies and Australian Paper Plantation over the next 4 years. We retired 1,800 hectares of that 2,000. This was a demonstration that the process was an ass, particularly when the minister was known. I can't use the right expressions, but he was known for basically doing his own thing. The second occasion, so I wasn't impressed with the process at all. Second occasion, when we had a different minister called Madden, not Liberal this time, but Labor, And he was assessing the deepening of the entrance at Lakes Entrance. Now, this whole process of deepening the entrance was triggered by the East Gippsland Shire. The mayor was also the chairman of East Gippsland Catchment Management Authority, and he was also a member of the Gippsland Ports Board. He got his Order of Australia medal for his contribution to shipping. So you can sort of see the connections here. They applied to the federal government for funding to investigate deepening the entrance so that they could get service vessels out to the offshore oil and gas rigs. And the consultants, so they got $193,600. They threw in 50 grand in-kind contribution from the Shire. And they all went to the Gippsland Ports, and Gippsland Ports retained the services of consultants. And basically they said, if you deepen the entrance, you're going to increase the salinity of the lakes. The Minister Madden did not deem that to be a controlled action, which is a great term, isn't it? It doesn't really, to the layman, it doesn't mean a damn thing. It means there'd be no impact. So the entrance went from 2.5 metres down to 5.5 metres as it sits today. The tidal speed has increased from 3 knots to 7.4 knots. So as I said, the entrance is double the depth. We've got double the speed, and within 12 months, the lakes have been converted to marine. Another example of the planning minister not administering very favourably, not very wisely. What he's done is he's impacted on the whole, the ecology of the Gippsland lakes, and it's had a ramification with East Gippsland tourism and East Gippsland commerce. And I could rattle on more, but my driver is the Gippsland Lakes. Like as I said earlier, I was the general manager of Lake Wellington Rivers Authority, and I looked after some 300 named waterways, and that was the love of my life. In that role, I identified the fabrication of nutrient results coming off the McAllister Irrigation District, and got gagged in writing 3 times, blew it, got sacked. 2 days later, got reappointed by the minister, who said we must have open and honest governance. Well, I'm still waiting for that. It's a good dream, it's a good aim, good objective. I just hope we eventually get round to good management. So to add a little bit of credibility to what I'm going to say, I'd like to I'll probably just rattle it off. Some of my experience on civil engineering works, like I think I mentioned earlier, I qualified as a mechanical engineer in 1960. So I worked as an engineer for some 45 years, maybe a bit more, I've lost track. But I found myself working as a civil engineer with a mechanical qualification. So it wasn't an act of brilliance, it was a matter of desperation that I went and got civil and then later municipal, because I had 9 years in local government in total. I'm a bit of a gypsy. I've worked on a whole range of stuff. So I'll just start at the bottom end. At Port Campbell, I managed the earthworks for the Woodside gas project. And that simply was a greenfield site, and that's the stuff that I've been doing. I chased the freezing cows off, and in the middle of winter, because planners always plan for summer start. There's a thing called contract lag, and you end up, the poor mug that goes in first goes in winter. That's what I did. So I ran the earthworks there and the roadworks, and up to the stage where the next move was to start concrete work and installation of facilities. That was the end of my task there. But I also, prior to that, had been contracted to Roach Mining on the mineral sands project at Hamilton. I did the same thing, only chased the merinos off that job, and I built the roads and I did all the earthworks, and I didn't actually get into any of the ore treatment or anything like that, but that was my function there. heading north into the Northern Territory, as a young fellow, I worked on beef road construction a month in at a time, which was not good for family. But I ate dust, and that's why I mentioned that in particular. Like if you've ever been up there, if you've been on the back road and you tried to follow a road train, you eat dust. You can't pass a road train. You can't get within 2 kilometres of the back end of a road train on those roads. My clothing was brown shorts, red check shirts, fawn socks, because that's the colour I ended up every day, whatever I wore. From there, heading up north a bit further, I ran the earthworks for Ranger Uranium Mine, 2 construction seasons in a row, and I managed the ore treatment plant site work. And again, that was in the construction season, and I experienced dust again, and I learned the difference between mica, schist, and clay. From there, I will go across to Groot Island. I managed the whole construction of the whole road from the mine site to the ore jetty. And if any of you love fishing, you would have loved that ore jetty at night. You didn't dare fall in between the sharks and the crocs and the wonderful big fish that were there. So so that was quite an experience. Went into the DC-3 and in the days when they were still flying. We'll go and then jump across to Fiji, where I was employed by the POMs under British aid. I held a position of roads engineer Western. I looked after the road network for half the Dominion, and I was building roads into the highlands to open up the villages that had never had vehicular access to the coast. And it was in that one of those villages where a chief said to me, when I was negotiating the gift of the land so we could actually build the road, we don't own the land. We are the caretakers of the land for the next generation. And that that's lived with me ever since. And I've got a mental block now, but there's some documents that I'll mention them later when the brain gets it back into gear. But when that term had finished, I was about to come home, and the Fiji government asked the Australian government to employ me under Australian aid. So I stopped there under expert aid with my diplomatic passport and all. And I was sited in their big quarry, which had been run down at Nasinu. So I ran the quarry and upgraded operations there. Because of my mechanical background, it was helpful. I really got all the crushing gear back to what it used to be before it had degraded, and I ran the asphalt plant, ran training courses, and most very enjoyable part of my life. I earlier had been flown into Papua New Guinea to build, be involved in the construction of the army camps when President Sukarno was dropping troops on Malaya. So that was a very developmental part of my life. And later on, I worked on the Asian Development Bank project in Cambodia. It was termed the emergency rehabilitation of the transport infrastructure. What it actually meant was they'd blown every bloody thing up. So I was involved in roads and bridges and rail and port. Have you ever seen a map of a plan of the airstrip that you're maybe going to work on? It's just showing all the bomb craters, so it was an interesting time of my life. Pol Pot had a price on our head. I used to go to work with 20 armed guards. And what worried me when I came home was that a memory of sitting in a restaurant, a little sized restaurant, a place called Battambong, which was right up in Tiger Country, with a belt-fed machine gun sticking out the front door of the cafe. And taking that as normal. It wasn't until I got home to think that I was accepting things as normal. But of course, when you get home, you're not. So I came back out of that, and that's when I worked for Australian Defence Industries, programming the demolition of the Yallourn Power Station, and then took over the job as setting up Lake Wellington Rivers Authority. So that's the end. Then finished off by managing the Snowy River Rehabilitation Trial Project. I worked on the Moondara Reservoir design early on in my youth and loved it. That's a rock-filled dam with a clay core. So I built a couple of dams in Fiji in my spare time. And so that's the checkered history, and that experience is what I will base these comments on. Sorry?
What I was trying to say, your 25 minutes, you've burned through them, but if you've got a few things you want to put to us in the next 5 minutes or so, then that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
The things I'd like to, that 25 minutes went bloody quick. The things that worry me are the impact on the Gippsland Lakes through pollution from site. And that'll take the form of sediment in a storm event, in a high intensity storm with a longer duration than we're used to, because we're not getting the same weather patterns anymore. The very fact that if there's any pollution coming off site, it'll be brought back to standard by adding fresh water. That's just treating pollution with dilution. But what I particularly like to mention is the 3 gigalitres of water for the site, or requested for the site, to be permitted by Southern Rural Water, who are an irrigation authority, one wonders about the influence of this irrigation authority across Victoria, because Victoria's short of water. We are into water wars. We haven't got enough water. Melbourne is running out of projected to run out of water by 7 years' time, 2028. They've got plans to harvest the Aberfeldy, the McAllister irrigation with a couple of dams to tap into Blue Rock. This will all be less water coming down into the Gippsland Lakes. And at the same time, Minister Neville has issued or granted $500,000 to the Irrigation Authority, Southern Rural Water, to expand irrigation in the McAllister Irrigation District with the water that we haven't got. And meanwhile, we're issuing another, or likely to issue another 3 gigalitres to Kalmar. What I'm saying is that, again, it's a matter of fragmentation. Overall management is not there, and the water issue will be a critical issue for this project if it goes ahead. And in fact, it may not be what Victoria needs, because Melbourne is going to be in deep trouble. The impact of dust is a worry. I've eaten more dust than anybody that you've had in this addressing your panel. How I haven't got silicosis, I don't know. When you sit about 10 metres from a primary crusher in the quarry, you're eating dust. Every job site I've been on in the middle of summer's got dust. This site will blow dust, and I'm with the basis of what I've experienced in my life, you will get dust down onto those crops on the Lindenau Flats. And it doesn't have to necessarily be carcinogenic dust. Just if they get dust there, they've lost their accreditation. And so it's going to impact on the, not only is it impacted socially on East Gippsland, but commercially and all the industries that support those farmers. But the East Gippsland survives on basically on tourism. And as we're just sucking away the fresh water from the Gippsland lakes and turning them marine, we are, even if you forget the ecological influence and impacts, which worry me greatly, we're impacting on the economy of East Gippsland. And East Gippsland's been through hell with its fires or whatever. They need the tourism factor. And if you were to go to Painesville and have a look at the $1 million of boats that are all moored that don't move anymore because there's basically the fishing dropped off, you'll see the need for us to keep the lakes healthy. We need our freshwater flow. We need our spring flows. We need our winter flows for the spawning of bream. And anything that winter fills is a bit of a furphy because they work on the premise that fresh water going to the sea is going to waste. It is not going to waste. It's part of our the ecology. We need those fresh water flows in the lakes, and we're not getting them, and it's going to get worse as Melbourne and industry impacts and keep in mind we haven't mentioned the open cut mines that have got to be stabilised, and the solution there supposedly is to fill them with water so we don't get poor pressure blowout. In other words, the bottom coming up, the sides falling in. And you say, oh, well, let that happen, but more happens to be poised on the edge of the mine, and so is the highway, and the bridge going over that highway is on slip footings because it's been going into the mine for years. So we've got a whole big problem, and people are going to be fighting for that water. And I say again, we haven't got enough water to service the demand, not now, but what's coming.
Just in terms of the water that the project is seeking from the Mitchell, the Winterfill, I take it from your comments that if the mine didn't go ahead, you would still rather the water stayed in the river rather than going to another use?
Well, ideally, yes, but one's got to be rational and look at the management of our water resource. We had a department years ago called the Department of Water Resources. And some people used to call it the Department of Water Resources. We've got to manage our water. We're not, and I get round to this term again, and we're fragmented thinking is mismanagement, and it's also manipulative. So the water that we have available should be put to the best resource and for the best, the advantage of our community, not one particular industry.
Thank you very much for that. Just checking with members. Questions? No. Thank you very much for coming in to make the submission today, and also for your original one, 264. Thank you.
One thing I want to maybe think about that one later.
Thank you. Just leave it with Mr. Milverton.
You've got it in your system.
Yeah, okay. Thanks very much, Mr. Scott.
That was dispersive soils, 10 metres deep, 10 metres wide.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you all for giving me a good listening to.
Don't forget your mask on the way out. We all love our masks.
I probably wouldn't get past the door. Right. Thank you.
That was sent through, I think either this morning or yesterday.
Yesterday?
When you're ready and settled, then feel free to make your submission to us. If you need to take your mask off just for the speech, then please feel free. Thank you.
That probably would be easier. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Dear IAC members, thank you for the opportunity to give a presentation to the inquiry. I'm a visual artist who lives in Mallacoota. We previously lived at Dargo, but moved when our kids needed access to secondary education. We still own our property near Dargo and visit regularly. So we go along that road through the Fingerboards, you know, on the way to Dargo. I did want to say, and I'm going to start out with it because last year the release of this proposal and the short timeline for submissions to respond to that IAC process was not very considerate timing for a lot of East Gippsland residents. As you would be aware, the 2020 was a challenging time for us that were impacted by bushfires. And the associated stress of the COVID restrictions inhibiting our ability to support one another. I remember feeling overwhelmed, emotionally and psychologically exhausted, and it was hard to face up to doing anything extra, like the task of making a submission. I did make a submission though, because I care about this country and the greater good for our community. This project has the potential to permanently damage our environment, destroying the quality of lives for residents in the vicinity and threatening a major food production area and tourism region. I also feel that the IAC process is flawed because it assesses a proposal compiled over many years by the proponent with paid employees and contractors, while we as volunteer community members with few resources have 40 days to make sense of all the technical information, to question the validity of the material submitted, assumptions made and gaps in information provided, and then prepare a submission, all the while dealing with our other responsibilities. Why should the public have to fundraise to resource the investigation of our concerns and have them presented in this process? An issue that makes this process inadequate is that often there is little or no baseline data available for the biodiversity on the project site to compare with the data submitted by the proponent. Governments don't employ many people to do biodiversity surveys anymore, especially not on private land. Therefore, there's insufficient knowledge to understand what the impact of the development will be and what we may be losing if it's permitted to proceed. The proponents' consultants conducted their biodiversity survey at the proposed site within 2.5 years of the 2014 fires that hurt 75% of the mine area. The land was still regenerating and would not have recovered sufficiently to support a large range of species. They also conducted surveys in the following drought years where we were suffering from the driest years on record. This will not give a fair representation of the biodiversity of the site. In fact, recently, due to the good season, it has been astounding to see the regeneration of native species in the area. Recent recordings made of a giant burrowing frog near the mine site show that there may be other species that have not been identified due to the insufficient survey methods and timing. We regularly travel through the Fingerboards on the way to our property near Dargo, and I can't imagine what it would be like to drive beside an open cut mine on our way up into the mountains. worrying about which direction the wind is blowing from and where the dust is going to and if it will cover us. The amount of water proposed to be taken out of the river or its groundwater is still my main concern. The addition of the centrifuge does not seem to decrease the amount of water required from the whole river system. If anything, it raises more concerns because of the toxic nature of the flocculants used in the process and how they will be prevented from entering the environment when we have severe weather events with flooding rains. Any threat to the river system will impact everything downstream. Local farmers have reported that there's already been evidence that the water table has lowered in recent years due to drought. These farmers depend on spring-fed dams and any changes to the groundwater will affect them. Considering that we're in a time of great uncertainty due to the effects of climate change, I cannot understand why we would risk allowing such a huge quantities of water to be taken out of the system that so many people depend on for survival. What will happen in the next drought? Will there be any water left in the river for Bairnsdale's water supply or the ecosystem downstream or for local people to cool down in during hot weather? I can't understand why people think it's okay to take water out of the river during high flow events. This water is not wasted. It supports the beautiful natural environment along the riverbanks and lake system, which are home to a range of birds, fish and plants evolved to exist on high and low water levels. Some species depend on the occasional flooding events during their life cycles. I feel like I've been here before when we had to fight to stop a large on-river dam being built above the Mitchell River National Park 23 years ago. I see that Bon Accord has been allowed to quietly build a massive dam off-river since then. No wonder they're keeping quiet on this issue. The mine should not be justified on grounds that we need these rare earths for mobile phones and renewable technologies, as it is also needed in large quantities to build military hardware like joint strike fighters. Who stands to benefit from these materials when they are trucked to a railway siding to be taken to Geelong Port by train and exported overseas? During the mine's 15 years of operation, the local people and visitors to the area will have the quiet amenity of their lives spoilt by noise, toxic dust and lots of trucks on the roads. The mining company will get rich and the 200 or so jobs will be short-term in benefit. We will be left with a degraded site, a depleted river system, with the possibility of toxic contamination affecting surrounding farms that may no longer be suitable for food production. There are so many reasons why this proposed mine should not be permitted to proceed. The mine does not have a social licence to operate. A majority of farmers and residents in the area do not support this development. The East Gippsland Shire does not support it. The tourism industry does not support it. And I wish that those with vested interests were not given weight in this discussion. I want to know when we will value our quality of life, a healthy environment, more than jobs and money. Will we have to chop down every tree and dig over all the land before we think we have enough? For me, the bottom line is clean air, clean water, a roof over my head, good relations with my family and friends, meaningful work, and a healthy planet to pass on to my grandchildren. I feel like the Lorax who speaks for the trees. In Dr. Seuss's book of that name, which was way ahead of its time, being written in the 60s. Those big old trees on the site are worth their weight in gold because nothing is better at taking carbon dioxide out of the air. This proposal puts all of these values at risk. No job is worth having if it damages the environment. If the environment is damaged, we will all be impacted at some stage. We're not above or separate from the land we live on. We have to find somewhere else to mine these minerals because within 500 metres of a major river system supporting thousands of people and a large food production area is not worth the risk. I make this presentation in good faith because I know from my experience in Mallacoota how this process can go. I hope that the inquiry members will consider the long-term consequences of this proposal and uphold the values that support the greater good of our community and environment. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thanks very much, Ms Beecham. Just checking with my members if there's any questions. No. Thank you very much for the submission, both today and the original one you put in to the ESS process.
I've got a little bit of time.
Please, please.
I'm presently researching and writing a children's book to explain climate change and why we changed how we lived. And when I think about all of the fossil fuel and trucks and industry going on for the course of this development, and then I think about Greta Thunberg's words of warning saying we have a budget of carbon that we can burn before we go over the 1.5 degree tipping point. And at the rate we're using it, we have 8 years. 8 years to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. Already when you see the temperatures in Canada are being over 50 degrees, and all of you would be aware that we're seeing the impacts. I've seen it in my lifetime here in Gippsland with the decrease in rainfall. And I really think that we ought to be looking at the bigger picture when we make these considerations. So I ask you to really think about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in to make the submission. As I said, thanks. Just looking at the timetable for tomorrow, as I mentioned, Mr. White is not coming in today. We are starting at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning as scheduled. Just to note that early tomorrow morning, the IAC plus representatives from Council, MFG and CalBar are doing the nursery visit. We have the arrangements for that. In preliminary matters tomorrow, Mr. Banks is coming in to respond in terms of the issue around email contact or contact from CalBar. Other matters tomorrow, there's a number, Ms. Stapleton in the afternoon is now not presenting, nor is Ms. Wust, and we are doing some movements in the timetable to try to make sure that we don't have a gap in the afternoon session. Morning business tomorrow will also return to the item around the maps that are at this stage to be tabled, but not just yet. And there's a number of other matters of morning business, I'm sure, which will come up as well. The East Gippsland Shire response to the EMF documents that has been also circulated, as I understand it. If it hasn't been, then it certainly will be. I've seen it floating around somewhere. Are there any matters of business before we close for the day? Mr. Morris?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to give an update on the mining licence application.
Thank you.
Earth Resources Regulator has contacted CalBar and informed CalBar that it has accepted the application, and it has directed CalBar to now advertise the application and engage in the consultation process required under the Mineral Resources Sustainable Development Act. And CalBar proposes to do the advertising and engage in that process. Earth Resources Regulator will not actually consider the application until after that consultation process has occurred.
Can I get a better, do you have a better indication of the timing of that consultation? Given that we are sitting this week and next, it would be polite to at least wait until we have finished.
The direction was to do the advertising within 14 days. But obviously there will then be a period, and I'm not sure whether it's 14 days or 28 days, I'd need to check. After that, for persons to lodge submissions with the ERR.
So I'll just confirm, so the direction to advertise within 14 days is from ERR, is that?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And the 14 days started, well, the communication came through late on Friday. So in effect, yes, 14 days from then, I suppose.
Thank you. Any other matters of afternoon business? No, thank you. We'll close for today. For those of you going on the nursery visit in the morning, we'll see you. We're meeting down there. Otherwise, we will be back here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you. I'm sorry, just before we close, one last item in terms of the timetable tomorrow. We've had a request from Mr. Vaughan from the Environmental Media Foundation. He'll now be attending on Zoom rather than in person. Thank you. We'll close there. We'll start again here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.